Well, it's a big hello and welcome, a big welcome to everyone joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel today for the AusCycling Track National Championships. This is our junior under 15 and under 17 championships. We'll be getting underway in just a few moments' time with the first round of qualifying rides here today, which will be our under 15 girls individual pursuit qualifying over 2,000 metres. Riders will be coming out onto the track. We've got a great crowd in here so far today at Anna Meares Velodrome. So if you're in Brisbane and you're living in the surrounding area, we've got 9 days of racing ahead of us. Make your way down to AMV sometime over the next 9 days. It's going to be a great atmosphere here each evening through the final sessions. And if you've got somebody watching around Australia, well, just let them know the YouTube AusCycling channel is the place to go, and they'll be able to see all of the racing over the next 9 days during the day. And as we get to our elite competition later next week, we'll be able to go onto SBS On Demand and see all of the Track Cycling National Championships. We'll be joining you shortly for the heat number 1 of our under 15 qualifying. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to Anna Meares Velodrome for the AusCycling Track National Championships for our under 15 and under 17 athletes. We move on to the first event of our program. We'll welcome the under 15 girls individual pursuit qualifying. Please welcome in the back straight representing Western Australia, this is Ellis Smith. In the home straight representing Victoria is Paravi Tangsal. Tangsali in the home straight, Smith in the back straight. This is our first race. First ones to christen the track here today at AMV. It's quite warm and humid inside the velodrome for anyone who's not joining us here. It is going to be hot conditions for the next few days for these riders as they get their warm-ups and warm-downs correct. They have to make sure that they keep on hydrating throughout the day. It's a very fast start here from Ellis Smith, the West Australian, coming through the home straight. Nice position on the bike. Paravi Tangsali, the Victorian, just going down the back straight now. So all to play for here for these riders. Great support already. We were up here for the Oceania Championships just a month ago, and I don't think we saw a crowd like this at any stage of the week during the day competition. So well done to all the mums and dads and supporters here Saturday in Queensland. Come out to support the riders. There'll be a lot of excitement today in the individual pursuits and the team's pursuit racing. We've also got scratch races in the afternoon session, qualifying and finals. So many medals to be won here today. Ella Smith will go into the back straight in the yellow colours through her first kilometre. 1:23.522. Trying to set the fastest time they possibly can. The top 2 times in qualifying go straight through to the gold and silver medal ride-off, and the third and fourth fastest times, well, they'll ride off the bronze and 4th place positions. Ella Smith with the work to do. She's caught her opponent She's got 3.5 laps to survive now and trying to really lift as she goes through. See the pace well and truly just gone out of the legs of the West Australian. Inside 2 laps to go now. She'll come into the home straight. That gear is getting heavier and heavier as she comes through the home straight this time. It was a very, very fast start. Got out very quick. Got her opponent very early. She's got a lap to survive now. Coach giving all the encouragement that he possibly can down the back straight. Big learning curve here for both riders. The West Australian will come through this time. Half a lap to go for Ella Smith. And Barabi Tingsali just hanging off the back of her at the moment. Just been caught. But hasn't lost any distance since being caught as Smith goes through. She'll stay to the bottom of the track. Tingsali will come up now. She finishes off nicely. So 254.052 for Ellis Smith, 306.254 for Tingsali. We move on now to heat number 2. We welcome in the back straight, representing South Australia, this is O'Hara Rattigan. And in the home straight from Tasmania, we welcome Ellie Waldock. Away now in heat number 2. Tasmania versus South Australia this time. Ellie Waldock from Tasmania heading down the back straight, getting on top of the gear. And her opponent from South Australia, there's O'Hara Rattigan. So there's not a lot of finessing over 2,000 metres for these riders. Yes, you've got to control the first 1,000 metres a little bit, but you've just got to give your absolute best effort here. Try and keep yourself as high up the leaderboard as you possibly can. They all want to make that top 4 here today. Get a chance to race for the medals. But being junior competition, the most important thing is trying to leave the track with a personal best time. If you can do that, you've succeeded. One of the fastest tracks, probably the fastest track in Australia without doubt nowadays, the Anna Meares Velodrome. So great opportunity for these riders. The location of the 2032 Olympics They come through the home straight now. Nothing between these two, Tasmania versus South Australia. Both looking very smooth, very nice as they go. Come around this time back to 4 laps to go. First 1,000 metres, we'll get an idea of how they're travelling against the first heat. Ellie Waldock, second fastest through the first 1,000 at the moment. That's because Ellis Smith of Western Australia did a very, very fast start in her 2,000 metre journey. She fell off the pace a little bit over the second part, but her first 1,000 metres was very quick. Ellie Waldock comes into the home straight, seems to be a little bit more controlled in her pace. She's got the better of the South Australian Radigan just for the moment. It's a tough way to start 4 days of competition here, starting out with the individual pursuit. With scratch races, sprints, time trials, teams pursuits to come for under 17s as this next few days transpires. Tasmania looking very smooth indeed. Still the second fastest time out there at the moment. So the West Australian time of Ellis Smith still stands up nicely here. South Australian will go through, closely followed by the Tasmanian here. She'll receive 1 lap to go now. Still showing as the second quickest time out on track. Not slowing down though, in fact she's increasing the pace, the Tasmanian, as she heads down the back straight. We saw Smith just falling away in her time. South Australian goes through with half a lap to go. Now Waldock from Tasmania going to come up and stop the clock. 2:52.680, quickest time so far this morning. O'Hara Radigan, she's going to stop the clock. Third fastest time, 2:59. So Tasmania go to the top of the leaderboard for now. We move on to heat number 3 now. In the back straight from South Australia, we welcome Mackenzie Stevens. In the home straight from New South Wales, we welcome Miriam Williams. Fastest time of the day, 2:52.680 from Ellie Waldock, Tasmania. That's the time to beat to get to the top of the leaderboard. Underway in Heat 3, New South Wales versus South Australia this time. The first 4 times fairly similar through the first 1,000 metres we've seen so far. And if seated correctly, we'll get quicker as we go through, as we've seen so far. We expect to see some great competition as we get into the later rounds with these riders. And of course, really looking forward to the bunch racing in the junior ranks. Always very exciting racing. At the moment, the New South Wales rider, Williams, just got a little bit of a quicker start here than the South Australian Stevens, moving nicely. Williams comes through, tracking. Only the 3rd fastest time out there at the moment, so a good controlled start, even though leading Stevens quite comfortably for this first part of the journey. And both riders looking very smooth. Of course, these riders on restricted gears, so they always tend to look very smooth in their pedal stroke at this age, which is good. As they get older and stronger, they'll go up onto the monster gears that the national team uses nowadays, which is a good 30% higher than what the kids use at the moment. South Australian going through. Stevens, nice and smooth. And now her opponent, Miriam Williams, has got her in sight. She'll go through her first 1,000 metres, just tracking the third fastest time at the moment. So some work to do over the final 4 laps here for both riders to try and get themselves up into that top 4 spots for now. And 2.5 laps to go as she goes down the back straight for Miriam Williams here, moving nicely. She'll come up to get 2 to go. Mackenzie Stevens, she's lost a little bit of distance in that first 1,000 metres. Hasn't lost too much after that. In fact, might be coming home a little bit better here, the South Australian. Both riders sitting 3rd and 4th fastest out on the velodrome at the moment. And the South Australian definitely lifting here and lifting nicely. Williams hanging on. The bell sounds for Williams. You can see the distance has been made up here by the South Australian. They're still 3rd and 4th fastest times out there at the moment. The South Australian definitely lifting here. He's trailing by a very long way, only trailing by a couple of bike lengths at the moment. Williams fighting back though. The New South Wales rider comes into the home straight. She's going to win the heat. But a much better finish there from the South Australian. 2:54.657, 3rd fastest for Williams. Stevens 2:55.537. Good contest. And once again, I welcome all of our YouTube viewers. And I've got to send out a very special happy birthday. This is my father, Mike. Turns 83 today. So happy birthday, Dad. I know you're sitting in WA watching, and now you feel terribly embarrassed sitting at home. So happy birthday to my old man, Mike. 83 today, and we'll get back on with the racing. We move on to heat number 4 now. In the back straight, we welcome from South Australia. This is Matilda Trevora. And in the home straight from New South Wales, we welcome Grace Alcock. Great support down here at AMV today. Good crowd in. Like I say, if you're watching us on YouTube, make your way down to AMV over the next 9 days. It's going to be some great atmosphere for the National Track Championships. Got some great stalls in the back straight, so the velo bike stall set up. So lots to see, lots to do as part of the Brisbane Cycling Festival over the month of April. So much to look forward to. Saw the Pro Velo Cycling League Criterium in South Bank last night. I hope some of you were able to see that live. It was a great night. Now straight into the Junior Championships. And we've got the elites to go through the week as well. So plenty to come for cycling in Queensland over the next month. And South Australian leads the way, Trevora, at the moment, starting very quickly here. moving nicely down the back straight. Showing the fastest time out on track at the moment as well is Matilda Trevorrow, the South Australian, coming into the home straight this time. Got a great understanding of just how far she's in front as she heads towards the back straight. She's going to go through the first 1,000 metres. Still showing quickest time. Not a lot more than we've seen so far, but definitely the quickest time so far. So a fast start for the South Australian. Now she's got 4 laps to hang on to that pace. She's wrestling with the bike a little bit, but she's not slowing down. The New South Wales rider, Grace Alcock, moving very nicely. She's lost a little bit of distance. So as we've seen with 1 or 2 of the heats earlier, the more controlled starts tends to come home nicely. Grace doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. She's riding a good, consistent pace. See Trevorrow still moving nicely, but just wrestling the way that bike. Trying to get everything she possibly can out of it. The coach just asking for a little bit more now. Actually asking for a lot bit more. Trevorrow coming through now. Just a half a lap to hang on now. You can see it's starting to get really hard, really heavy in the legs. She goes through the 200 and heads towards the back straight. Can she set the fastest time here? Is she just falling off it just a little bit? No, the fastest time, 2:26.718. Grace Alcock goes across, 2:31, went 2:85. Moving very nicely. Trevorrow through the last little piece here now. Going to stop the clock. Fastest time of the day, 2:48. 3:27, 4 seconds quicker than the Tasmanian Waldock. And Grace Alcock, she gets herself up into 3rd place as well. So the fastest heat, one of the fastest heats we've seen so far. Good piece of riding from the South Australian. Move on to heat number 5 now. Welcome in the back straight representing Victoria. This is Emilia Djurikova, and in the home straight we welcome Allegra Bertov from New South Wales. Heat number 5 away now. Djurikova, the Victorian, heading down the back straight. Got a brother doing very well in the PSL League and racing at the moment. Brother Ollie and Bertov, the New South Wales rider. Both riders starting very smoothly here. Matilda Trevorrow holds the fastest time so far, the South Australian, 2:48, 38.327. See how these riders stack up against that time. It was a nice ride. She's done 4 seconds quicker than the rest just at the moment. Third and fifth so far through the first 1,000 metres for these two. The New South Wales rider, Bertov, just a little bit quicker, but both looking very solid, looking very strong at the moment, the way they're going. The pace not dying off rapidly like we've seen with one or two early. Third and fourth now, starting to build nicely into this 2,000 metre journey, these two riders. New South Wales still just in front of Djurakova from Victoria. See how she heads down the back straight this time. She was starting to make a little bit of inroads into Bertov here. Third and fourth, fastest so far. 1.5 laps to go for these two. See if they've got a little bit of a lift in them as they'll come up to receive the bell lap. Head just going down here. A little bit more being asked by the coach in the home straight, and that's why, because she's moved up to the second fastest time. The New South Wales rider, as she heads down the back straight this time, sitting at around second. If she can finish off a little bit quicker, can she get herself to the top spot? She's just going to miss out on it possibly, but it's going to be close. 2:48 to beat. Bertov goes across 2:50.230. Djurakova goes across 2:53.064. So Bertov gets herself up into second for now, and Djurakova, she gets herself up into fourth. We move on now to heat number 6. We welcome in the back straight, representing Queensland, this is Hannah Walters. And in the home straight, representing New South Wales, is Freya Ingvarsson. Very nice, smooth start there from the New South Wales rider away from the starting gate. The local, Walters, up onto pace very quickly. What a treat to be able to ride national championships on your home track. And what a home track to have as well. The Anna Meares Velodrome. We now know it's the fastest track in Australia, but it's definitely the best venue as well, the way it's all set up here. For those who've been lucky enough to be up to AMV, you'll know what I'm talking about. Beautiful location here. Always been here since 1982. Of course, we had the Chandler Velodrome just across the car park. Not being used anymore. They're going to tear it down, sadly. But 1982 Commonwealth Games, Sleeman Sports Complex. Fastest times out on track at the moment. Hannah Walters setting the quickest time so far. Went through 1:23, going nicely. Ingverson not trailing by too much. This is a pretty good contest between New South Wales and Queensland. Probably about 20 metres between the two, but they're the top two fastest times so far we've seen here this afternoon. I say this morning, it feels like it, but it's gone past noon here in Queensland for those joining us around Australia on the AusCycling YouTube channel. Walters heads down the back straight. Ingverson hasn't gone away though, has she? She's only trailing by about 20 metres here at the moment. Has she got a little bit more to lift with over the last part of the journey? Walters has got a lap and a half to go. He's got the head up. Moving very nicely as she goes into the back straight. She'll receive the bell lap this time. We have a look on the scoreboard. 2:27, still the quickest time. Ingverson's coming back on her a little bit though. She's got the second fastest time so far. So the Queenslander, half a lap to go, looking to set the fastest time here today. Got a lot of support from the local crowd here inside AMV. Hannah Walters to the back straight now. We'll see where she can stop the clock. 2:48.424, just fell off the pace of the fastest time over that last lap, but she puts herself up into the top two still. So 2:48.424 for Hannah Walters, just outside the time of Matilda Trevorrow, who was 2:48.327, so just a tenth of a second between them. Ingverson's got herself up into the top four for now though. 2:50.523, so good contest. The seedings are staying true as well. We're getting quicker as we go. As we move on to our penultimate heat here, and we welcome in the back straight from Queensland, this is Elise Vaughan. In the home straight, representing South Australia, this is Monica Siebert. Away now, heat number 7, Queensland versus South Australia. Good fast start from both riders. South Australian staying out of the seat for quite a while then, making sure she was well on top of her gear. Monica Siebert, she's into the home straight, but nothing between these two through the first lap. So good contest here, the second to last heat of the under 15 girls individual pursuit qualifying here. It's quite close at the top, 2:48.32 for Trevorrow from South Australia, and then Hannah Walters, 2:48.42. They're the top two times so far. 5th and 7th out on the track at the moment as they travel. Not too much to worry about through this first 1,000 metres. They've all been pretty close. It's through laps 5, 6, 7 and 8. That's where it's going to count in the individual pursuit. You don't want to start too quick because you blow up, you never recover. But if you can just control it over that first 4 laps to make sure that you can really bring home the effort. 4.5 laps to go. We'll see where they are at the end of this first 1,000 metres as they head back to their starting points. They've improved nicely, 5th and 6th so far. Nothing between the two of them, just about 10 metres. Some work to do over the last 3.5 laps. The opportunity here for both to get themselves up into that top 2 placings. Get up into the top 2 placings now and you'll ride for a medal later today. If you put yourself 3 or 4, well, you're going to have to wait for the final heat just to see where you are. The South Australian Siebert, though, she's got herself up inside that top 4 at the moment. Hannah Walters just falling off the pace a little bit. Siebert's going to come into the home straight this time. Fourth fastest time so far. She'll come into the home straight next time to receive the bell. Elise Vaughan still moving nicely, just a little bit off the pace compared to her heat opponent this time. The South Australian will come in this time to receive bell lap. Tracking at the 3rd fastest time, so still moving nicely. Can she get herself up into the top 2? It might be a little bit too much of an ask here. She's going to try and hang on and get herself somewhere inside 250. Try and get herself up into the top 4 here. She'll come to the home straight this time. Moving nicely, Monica Siebert. She is moving nice. She's going to get to top number 1. 246.851 after being in 3rd most of the way. Did not slow down at all over that last lap. Actually improved her pace. She goes to top of the leaderboard after trailing in 3rd place most of the ride. Really finished nicely over that last lap and a half. Monica Siebert goes number 1 with 246.851. Elise Vaughan goes to 4th for now, 249.41. We move on to our final qualifying heat now of our under 15 girls individual pursuit. And we welcome in the back straight representing the ACT is Evelyn Power. In the home straight representing Queensland is Sienna Goulding. Final heat of this qualifying. Hometown favourite, Sienna Goulding, Queensland, moving nicely. She's up against Evelyn Power of the ACT. Both riders starting very quickly. But as we've seen, the final 2 laps in these rides here have made all the difference over these 2,000-metre journeys. Fast starts, they're great, don't get me wrong. But you really need to be able to hang on to it and try and come home on that last 6th, 7th and 8th laps. You really need to be strong over that last part of the journey. Have a look at the Queenslander as she comes into the home straight. She is really moving rapidly. No panic from the coach either. Certainly not asking her to control anything at the moment. She's moving nicely down the back straight. Her opponent, Evelyn Power, moving nicely. You get the impression Evelyn's going to be up around the top 2. Sienna Goulding, she's going to be 3rd at the moment over this first few laps. Evelyn Power 5th. Good ride here. Have a look and see how Sienna is when she comes into the home straight this time to see where her time starts comparing to everyone else's so far. Definitely moving nicely. 3rd it's saying to us at the moment. But 1:18, she's definitely moving quickly. Coming to the home straight this time. 3 laps to go for Goulding. She's got her opponent in sight now, Evelyn Power. Goulding on track at the moment for the quickest time. She's going to come up with 2 laps to go this time. Have a look at the scoreboard and see where she's travelling. 1:57 for Sienna Goulding. About 36 there. This is going to be the quickest time by some margin here from Sienna Golding. Really moving nicely. She's going to come up this time with 1 lap to go. She's going to catch her opponent just on 1 to go here. We're going to ignore what it says on the scoreboard as far as the placing time, saying 3, because Sienna Golding is well clear of the rest here. She starts to head into the home straight. Sienna Golding is going to put herself well and truly at the top of the leaderboard here. Absolutely smashed it. 2:35.982 for Sienna Golding. Evelyn Power, can she get herself up into the top 2 here? She's going to go very close. She's going to do it as well. 2:48.05. Puts herself into 3rd place. Evelyn Power just misses out on the top 2 spot, but Sienna Golding, put your hands together for her. 2:35.982. And unofficially, no surprise, that is a national record as well. The old national record, 2:38.704, held by Ava Robbins. So the 2:35, that will be the fastest time ever done by an under 15. Great ride, Sienna Golding. We move straight on to event number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome our under 15 boys individual pursuit qualifying, and our first rider riding an individual time trial here, Chase Hutchins from South Australia. Chase Hutchins out on track. The toughest job in the world in individual pursuit qualifying, being the first heat. It's even tougher when you're the only rider on the track. So let's make some noise for this young South Australian. National Championships in Queensland. Only man out on course. He's going to try and set the, well, he is going to set the fastest time. Let's see how long he can stay at the top of the leaderboard. Got some good support from the South Australians. Come on, everyone on the home straight. Let's get behind this young man. Let's show some love for the young South Australian out there doing his first race in the National Championships. He's going to set the standard to see how everyone can follow. We've got 22 riders taking part today, 21 riders with Chase. So a number of heats still to come here, 11 heats in all. Come up to see where Chase is at the end of his first 1,000 metres. Okay, he's just moving around on the line, just asking a little bit more. Goes through 1:27.818 for now. It's all about leaving the track with a PB for these riders, these young riders in the under 15 categories. I've seen a national record go already, by the way, of Sienna Golding. 2:35, some 3 seconds inside the national record. That's unofficially, of course. It has to be ratified by our commissaires. Hutchins, the South Australian, moving nicely down the back straight. .500 metres left to travel as he goes through. 2:11.432, so around about the 2:50 mark at the moment is where he's sitting. Head just wobbling a little bit, still getting lots of encouragement down the back straight. Come in with 1 lap to go. Let's get behind Chase as he comes through. It's a tough job, be the first rider out on track of qualifying riding, especially when you don't have an opponent on the other side. Goes through there, around 2:50, 2:51 possibly. It's dying off the pace a little bit. It's warm downstairs. A lot cooler up where we call them bike racing from and film from. He's going to come through. It's a little bit hot work. 2:55 in the end. 5:60 for Chase Hutchins. First time of the day for the under-15 boys. We move on to heat number 2 now, the under-15 boys individual pursuit qualifying. In the back straight, we welcome from Western Australia, this is Harry Morrison. And in the home straight, representing South Australia, we welcome Jack Pentland. Both riders away nicely here. They'll sit down into their positions, into the tri-bars. Pentland out to a little bit of a quicker start over that first lap than Morrison. Morrison, one of the many riders who's been lucky enough to adopt the deep dish wheel here that we see with the junior racing now. The deeper dish wheel is very popular in Western Australia at the moment with the junior riders. Huge aerodynamic advantage if you can afford it. Morrison moving nicely as he comes into the home straight. Nothing between the two. Locked together at this stage, Morrison and Pentland. Morrison still moving nicely here. Starting just a ride away from Pentland is Morrison, not moving the shoulders at all. Well and truly on top of the gear, nicely pedaling very smoothly as he heads down the back straight. Goes through the first 1,000 metres in 1:20.262. Pentland goes through 1:23. Now the final 4 laps. This is where you find out whether you're a pursuiter or not. Over this next 2 or 3 laps, you're really going to hang on to the pace and then start to lift over that last 2.5 laps towards the finish line. Try and get yourself up into that top 4 positions to race for the medals later. Morrison's got his opponent in his sights now, moving nicely. Still very smooth, not moving the shoulders at all. Morrison as he heads down the back straight with 2 to go. He's got the coach just giving him some encouragement. No real panic there. Pentland into the home straight this time. Just been asked for a little bit more here from the coach. Morrison, though, seems to be setting a standard for the others to follow here as he starts to head towards the back straight. And he's going to see 1 lap to go. Big finish coming up for both riders. The West Australian, he's just going to try and chase the South Australian here and try and get everything out of himself if he can. Pentland goes through with 1 lap to go. Big half lap for Harry Morrison here. Heads down the back straight. He's going to set the fastest time of the day so far. Morrison stops the clock. 2:39.200 for Harry Morrison. And he'll go to the top of the leaderboard for now as Jack Pentland comes round and he finishes off. Second fastest time so far, 2:49.410. We move on to heat number 3 now. And welcome in the back straight, representing Western Australia, this is Neem Shah. And in the home straight, representing Tasmania, is Oscar Pither. Good fast start over the first half lap for these two riders. 2:39.200, the time to look forward to here. That's number 1 at the moment, Harry Morrison from WA. 11 heats in all. This is only heat number 3, so a lot of time to sit in the hot seat here. Good contest between these two. Tasmania versus WA. Pither and Shah go to pretty much together to the line. Shah just slightly in front at the moment. We're seeing some very, very fast starts from these riders here this morning in the juniors. Let's see how they go over the last part. The Tasmanian into the home straight, just starting to get the edge over the top of the W. And Shah. Bike looks resplendent. Once again, big deep dish wheels from the West Australian riders. And Tasmanian into the home straight. He's going to start to see his opponent in the same straight very shortly. He's going to act as a real carrot to chase as he's gone through in 1:19.759 for that first 1,000 metres. So well and truly on a similar time to that of Morrison. He sits top of the leaderboard, but now the Tasmanian is just catching the back end of Neem Shah as he leaves the back straight. The Tasmanian will just see that gold jersey travelling out of it, so it just gives you that little bit more of an incentive. Just try and lift, get as close to your opponent as you possibly can. One and a half laps to go for the Tasmanian here as he comes into the home straight to get the bell. Neem Shah hanging on nicely. Oscar really moving. Went through in 2:17.832. So well and truly sitting the fastest time at the moment with half a lap to go here, the Tasmanian. Will come to the home straight, looking to set the quickest one of the day so far. All the way to the line here. He goes across the line, 2:37.171. Neem Shah going to the back straight to try and finish off his ride here. He's got the head down, he'll cross 2:46.904. So the Tasmania go to the top of the leaderboard. Heat number 4 now comes out onto the track. The WA coaches are busy here. Heat number 4, another West Australian on track. Welcome in the back straight from WA, Caleb van der Veen. His opponent in the home straight from the ACT will be George Sloan. Heat number 4 underway. Sloan versus van der Veen here. 2:37 is the quickest time of the day. Oscar Pither from Tasmania. Harry Morrison sits in second at a 2:39 for now. 11 heats in all. And this is heat number 4. So similar colours, black and gold. It's the yellow and blue here of the ACT. Those of you joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, don't forget to send some text messages. Let people know that you're watching it. So loads of people around Australia will certainly be in a situation of possibly not seeing the start times and so forth, but wanting to make sure they can see the championships today. So polite text message, let everyone know that it's actually happening. So much racing to come today. We've got individual pursuits qualifying here for the 15s. After this, we've got the teams pursuit in the under 17s. It's a good batch of riders to watch as well. When you keep in mind it's 2025, we're 7 years now away from the Brisbane Olympic Games. So when you start thinking about who's going to represent Australia in 2032, you start adding 7 years to the ages of some of these kids racing this week. These are the names we're going to see moving forward. What an opportunity for these riders as well. They'll be spending most of their national championships on this velodrome over the next 7 years. And so much to come with possibility of things like Nations Cup and so forth, heading towards Queensland sometime in the future. So much racing to come down our way in Australia. Nothing between these two. Sloan just in front of van der Veen at the moment. We'll come up to a lap and a half to go, these two riders. They're both moving very nicely. Sloan from the ACT just in front of van der Veen at the moment. Actually comfortably in front there, well, about 20 metres. They go through 2:23, so looking around the 40 mark, 41, 42 mark at the moment for these two. Van der Veen is lifting though, and lifting nicely. The West Aussie, the ACT man coming into the home straight. Sloan is going to stop the clock, nothing between them. 2:44.17, 2:44.16 for van der Veen, I should say. 2:44.17 for Sloan. Caleb van der Veen suddenly turned into a sprinter, a lap and a half from home. Gets the benefit of that one. He puts himself up into third. George Sloan goes to fourth for now. So good ride for both boys. Big finish from Caleb van der Veen. Takes his heat. Move on now to heat number 5, coming out onto the track. In the back straight, we welcome from Western Australia, this is Lachlan Morgan. And in the home straight from South Australia, this is Joel Gooley. Here we go, great support here for this heat. Gooley versus Morgan, South Australia versus Western Australia. Fastest time of the day, Oscar Peter from Tasmania, 2:37.17. There's a couple of seconds clear of Harry Morrison of Western Australia for now. That's how it sets up. Heat number 5. And of course we've got 11 heats in all in the under 15s. Both riders moving nicely as they go through the start-finish tape here. Morgan was a very fast starter over that first couple of laps. Joel Gooley moving nicely. Looks very comfortable on the bike, the South Australian, as Morgan comes into the home straight. 4.5 laps to go, so we'll get a good understanding of how they're travelling through the first 1,000 metres. It's got that rocking of the head motion there. Lockie Morgan as he heads down the back straight. Just been asked for a little bit more from his coach. 1:22 and 1:23, so there and thereabouts for their times. Not really challenging the top time of Peter of Tasmania. There's a bit of a blowout of a tyre, but it's not one of our riders on track, which is nice. Both riders still going. Just a little bit of background noise for those of you watching our YouTube coverage. Just heard a big blowout. The first thing you do is you look at the track to see if it's one of the riders. Luckily it's not. It's happened in the track centre. They'll come through this time. 2 laps to go for both riders. Gooley coming back a little bit on Morgan at the moment. Morgan's been fighting on nicely though. It looked like he was in a little bit of trouble after a couple of laps, but it's just his style. Really making some good effort here. They'll come through this time. 2:24 Morgan, 2:25 Gooley into their last lap. Morgan lifting as he comes up the home straight here. You can see the legs have definitely just changed gear here. The bell has done wonders for Lockie Morgan here. He is finishing at a great rate of knots. Goes across 2:42, 6:24. Gooley goes across 2:45. 8:17. Lockie Morgan changed gear well and truly in that last lap. Puts himself up into 3rd for now. So great finish there from Lockie Morgan. Heat number 6 now out onto the track. Welcome in the back straight. Anna Chakravarthi from Victoria, and from Queensland in the home straight, Jacob Cork. Queenslander Cork away nicely. Chakravarti from Victoria up onto pace nicely on one of the old BT frames. One of the leading frame builders back in the day when composite frames took centre stage here in Australia. The BT was the go-to bike for many, many years here, Australian made at the Melbourne Institute. And one of the older designs there, still making laps to the track, still a gorgeous piece of equipment. Good start here from Jacob Cork. Fastest time so far in this one, 2:37.171. That's the Tasmanian Peter. Jacob Cork really started nicely here. Comes into the home straight, the local lad. Chakravarti into his stride nicely here, the Victorian. Trailing Jacob Cork, but not necessarily an indicator of how he's going. It was one or two of these heats. We've got a much quicker rider seated in an earlier heat here, as we've seen in the under-15 women's and girls competition, and we've seen that a little bit here at the moment. We've got Tasmania, WA, and then WA in the top four. All the West Australians in the first part of the field here. Jacob Cork moving nicely. He's going to come through 2.5 laps to go for him as he heads down the back straight. Chakravarti still moving nicely. Hasn't slowed down at all, sitting on the schedule very nicely indeed. Have a look at the coach in the back straight, no panic from them. And Jacob Cork, can he lift over this last couple of laps here? Get himself up to the top of the leaderboard. He's sitting very nicely indeed as he comes into the home straight, the Queenslander. He gets the bell lap, goes through in 2:19. So he's destined for a sub at 2:40 time here, definitely up into the top couple. 2:37 and 2:39 are the top times so far. Jacob Cork, can he get himself up into the top two here? Can he get inside 40? 35, 36, he comes into the home straight. He's going to stop the clock. 2:40.127, that'll put him to third. Chakravarti, he goes across the line in the back straight. And he does a 2:45.279, so he's just slightly outside the top four. A good ride there from Jacob Cork. Gives himself every opportunity. Top four for now. Heat number 7 now comes out onto the track. We welcome in the back straight, representing Victoria, this is Aidan Nguyen, and in the home straight from Queensland, this is Cam Franks. Away now. Nice start here from the Victorian. Really came out quickly there, did Nguyen. Cam Franks settling in nicely as he comes into the home straight. Wasn't trailing by much at the first half lap. Now he's got himself moving nicely. Right on the tip of the saddle here, and a nice pursuiting position here from the Queenslander. Very fast start here from Aidan from Victoria. Both riders pedalling nicely. The Victorian just a little bit quicker over that first 2 laps, going through in a 40-second first 500. Just on top of the gear, that little bit more comfortable here, the Victorian, as he heads towards the back straight. Moving nicely. Just taking a little bit of distance each lap here, not by much, just a couple of metres each time so far. The Victorian over the Queenslander. Have a look to see how he's travelling through the first 1,000 metres when he gets back to the back straight this time. Nguyen, we'll have a look up on the scoreboard clock. Quick first kilometre here, 1:18, 1:20 for Franks. 2:37, the fastest time we've got so far here today. It's quite warm down there in the track centre for these riders. We've seen some riders really fall off the pace over the last part of the journey. But we also have seen 1 or 2 riders really finish beautifully over that last lap and a half. The riders who control their effort that bit more have really sprinted home here. Franks and Nguyen. Nguyen still leads the way as he heads towards the back straight this time. And 2 laps to go for him. So sitting mid 35, 36 sort of pace at the moment for Nguyen. Could be moving himself into the top spot if he can really finish off over this last lap. He's going to get the bell as he heads down to the back straight this time. There and thereabouts. Can he get through? Needs to do about a 17.5, 18 at the second last lap. So it's a big ask. He's going nicely here, Aidan Nguyen. Goes through. Let's try and get himself inside the 40 marker here. Can he get himself up into the top 2? Nguyen heads down the back straight. Just inside, just on it. 240.179 for the Victorian, 241.35 for Cam Franks, the Queenslander. Nguyen puts himself into 4th place, Cam Franks 5th. With 3 heats. Heats 8, 9, 10 and 11. 4 heats still to go. So still some of the faster riders still to come, but close competition so far. We saw the same in the under-15 women until, of course, the final heat when Ellie Goulding broke the national record. Up until then, everything was very, very tight at the top, and we've seen the same thing for the under-15 men. We move on to the next heat. In the back straight, we welcome from Victoria. This will be Elliot Brown. Sorry, from Victoria in the back straight, Ewan Brown. And in the home straight from Queensland, please welcome Elliot King. Both riders away nicely over their first part of the journey, the first half lap. Both settling in nicely now. Some real pace on from these two. The man who sits in the hot seat at the moment, well and truly, is Oscar Pether from Tasmania, still the #1 spot, 2:37. National record, incidentally, is held by Luke Zucchiati from that was set in New South Wales. 2:25 is the national record. So plenty of space here. The times to get faster and faster as we go through these next few heats of qualifying here for the under-15s. After this, we'll have the under-17 qualifying in the teams pursuit. Looking forward to that one. The next up-and-comers in the teams pursuit. Of course, Australia lead the way once again on the top of the world standings, having won the Nations Cup in Turkey, the only Nations Cup this year. The gold medal for the Australians. No surprise, being Olympic champions and world record holders. However, a completely different top four taking part in Turkey than what we saw in Paris last year. So great to see that the elite level, teams pursuing, is going very nicely indeed. Queensland versus Victoria. Nothing between the two. They cross virtually the same. They're leading the fastest 2 times out on track at the moment. 2.5 laps to go as they go back to their respective pursuit lines. Well, coming to the home straight this time. Elliot King leading the way ever so slightly. Ewan Brown now gets in front of him. So Ewan Brown goes through 1:56. So this is going to start to tickle the time of the Tasmanian in the hot seat, Oscar Pither. They've got some work to do over the last lap and a half. Can they get inside at 2:37? They're moving nicely. 2:16 is definitely on here, looking for a fastest time from the Victorian here, Ewan Brown. Going to try and get inside the time of the Tasmanian as he heads to the back straight. Fastest time of the day coming so far. He's going to stop the clock. 2:34.967 and 2:37.682. So the fastest and third fastest time so far we've seen here today. And Ewan Brown goes to the top of the leaderboard. Heat number 9 now out onto the track. We welcome in the back straight, representing Victoria. This is Joseph Natoli. And in the home straight, representing Queensland, this is Aidan Parslow. Nice start there from both riders once again. Well coached, well drilled, these riders, and their standing starts from each of the state teams. They do so many standing starts out of the gate in their training and their preparation before coming to the national championships. It's a nice fast start here from Natoli from Victoria. Hard to believe this is just the under 15 division, the way these guys ride. And the girls as well previously. Sienna Golding's time in the 2,000 metre time was very nice indeed and well ahead of the rest. National record by nearly 3 seconds. Something to look forward to in years to come. As I've said, 7 years away from the Olympics. These are the names that we're going to see floating around the Anna Meares Velodrome come 2032. Natoli moving nicely. Very nicely indeed as he goes through that first 1,000 metres, the quickest time we've seen so far today here for Natoli. Really moving. Now, can he negative split that 1:16? Because if he can, it's going to go very nicely at the top of the leaderboard. It's moving very nicely down the back straight, not slowing down at all. Hayden Parslow, he is moving beautifully as well, looking to try and get himself up into the top 4 times here. Now he's going to get 500 metres to go this time, Natoli, as he heads down the back straight. Have a look at the clock. He's about 4 seconds quicker than anybody else to this point of the ride so far here today. Hayden Parslow, he's the second quickest. He's the second inside the time of Ewan Brown, even Parslow there. So the top 2 fastest times we've seen out on the track so far are on the track at the moment, the way they're going. We've got a lap to finish it off now. Parslow looking to get himself on the top 2. Natoli comes into the home straight with half a lap to go, looking to go top spot if he can. He's got to beat 2:34, looking at around a time of maybe 2:31 at the moment. If he can hang on to it into the back straight, Natoli will stop the clock. 2:32.345, and the second fastest time, Parslow, 2:33.687. That's how you want to leave the track when you've still got 2 heats to go. So well done to both riders. They've put themselves exactly where they need to be with just 2 heats remaining. We move on to the penultimate heat now in our under 15 qualifying. We welcome the back straight from New South Wales. This is Billy Yeo, and in the home straight also of New South Wales, this is Jet Stokes. So the 2 New South Wales riders moving nicely through their first half lap. All about just getting the bike away, getting it away nice and smooth, getting up onto speed. And settling in. Not going too quick, not going too slow, watching the coach. The coach will nurse you through with the split times over that first 3 to 4 laps. And then, it's pretty much down to the rider after that. Once you get through that 3rd to 4th lap, the coach will make sure he's close to that, the split times that you need. It's all about the rider then and everything that they can produce. 2:32.345 is the fastest time of the day. That's Joseph Natoli. The Victorian sits at number 1 for now. We've got 4 riders to watch and go around the track and see if they can put him away and knock him out of those top 4 spots for the medal rounds. So nervous wait, but a good time to be leading the way. Jet Stokes. And Billy Yeo, the riders out on track at the moment. Stokes down the back straight. Come through this time with 3 laps to go. And he's got his teammate well and truly in his sights now, and he's moving nicely. Fastest time so far travelling around the velodrome for Jet Stokes. And he wants to get himself up over the top of the time of Joseph Natoli. He comes into the home straight now, 500 metres to go. We'll see where Stokes is. Just that little bit quicker, about a second quicker Then Natoli at the moment is Stokes. Lap and a half to go, not slowing down at all. Can he be the first rider inside 2:30 here today? He'll come through this time. 1 lap to go. Can we see our first rider underneath 2 minutes 30 here? Jet Stokes heads down the back straight, chasing Billy Yeo here. Yeo's not doing a bad time either. And Jet Stokes through the bend. Are we going to go inside 2:30 here for this young New South Welshman? He'll come up, he'll stop the clock. 2:29.962, the first rider under 2:30 here. Nice ride there from Jet Stokes. Billy Yeo will finish off 2:37.604, puts himself up into 6th place. But Jet Stokes goes top of the leaderboard for now with 1 qualifying ride to go. Our final heat now of our under 15 boys individual pursuit qualifying. We welcome in the back straight representing New South Wales. This is Lucas Sturbick, and in the home straight representing Queensland, this is Riley Dixon. So our final heat underway. Jet Stokes sits top of the leaderboard on 2:29.962 from New South Wales. Joseph Natoli, 2:32.345. Those two are definitely riding in the medal rounds. Aidan Parslow and Ewan Brown are the next two who sit in 3rd and 4th, and they're going to have to wait to see the outcome of this one to see if they are going to be riding for a medal later today. 2:33 and 2:34. The times for those two riders, so it's a good contest at the top of the leaderboard. But Riley Dixon moving nicely here, the Queenslander. Right forward on the saddle. Flat back, nice pursuing style here from the Queenslander. Moving nicely through those first 3 laps as well. The Queenslander, 4.5 laps to go for him as he heads down the back straight. Lucas Sturbick moving nicely, just needs to get himself up into those top 2 spots here. Dixon goes through, fastest time, fastest 1,000 metres, 1:16. You can see with Lucas Sturbick, he's only gone through in 1:17, so nothing between the two of them. Just looking to get themselves up into those top 2 spots here, just to qualify for the gold-silver ride-off. Dixon comes through, leading comfortably by about 20 metres here in this ride. It's a very fast first kilometre. Was it too fast? Can he get himself through this next kilometre? He's going to have to go through in about a 1:13 flying kilometre. Moving nicely. Still moving nicely. Lap and half to go as he hits the back straight this time. Dixon still moving nicely, nicely indeed. Sturbick leaves the home straight. The Queenslander comes through this time. 1 lap to go. It's gone through in 2:11. So another one, he's going to be touch and go between he and Jet Stokes for fastest time. But look at the lifting down the back straight here from Riley Dixon. Really fighting on. Is this going to be the fastest time of the day so far? Dixon will come up and stop the clock. 2:29.101, fastest time of the day by 0.8 of a second. Sturbick gets himself up into 3rd. Joseph Natoli 4th. They are the top 4 Riley Dixon, Jet Stokes, Lucas Sturbeck and Joseph Natoli, the Queenslander, top of the leaderboard. Move on to the next race on our list here today, ladies and gentlemen. This is the under-17 girls teams pursuit qualifying. We welcome the home straight, the team of South Australia, represented by Sophia Baker, Isabella Blackwell, Tora Ferguson and Libby Smith. So 3,000 metres is the journey for our under-17 riders. A little bit of a problem with one of the riders, I think, possibly had a little bit of almost a mechanical issue off the start line, but they're going to have to fight on and try and get together here, the South Australians. Very fast first lap, first couple of laps being done here. Now they come together. It's all a learning curve, even at this early stage of their careers here for these riders. They get together now, the South Australians. It's great to see that we've got 5 teams here represented for the Teams Pursuit Championship. Just a little bit of touch and go here as they just try and search their way around the track a little bit. A little bit lopsided in the turn pacemaking at the moment for the South Australian team. You do see this quite often with the junior teams, where you putting 4 riders together is a great thing for any of the states nowadays, but very often you will get a team that's got a couple of very, very strong riders and a couple of riders who aren't quite the same as far as their ability goes, and a lot of nerves out there as well. Now, for those of you who may have never ridden a teams pursuit, and let's be honest, that's most of us, try and picture this. You're sitting on what we call the tri bars, the pursuit bars. So you've got your hands up in front of your nose basically, and you lose sight of the back wheel that you're following. So it's a guiding light to sort of know where it is, knowing where your teammate is. You don't spot the back wheel the same way you would if you were just riding down the road on a bunchy on Saturday morning or Sunday morning. You've really got to judge the distance from feel a lot of the time and just know that you're not going to hit it, know that you're not going to run into it. When they swing up, it's just going to be gone. South Australian team getting a lot of support. It's fantastic to hear the support from the crowd here today. Good crowd in. 2:42 the time as they went through that time. Looking to set the fastest time of the day so far. Just losing one rider as they head towards the back, down the back straight this time. Still fighting on though. A lot of pressure on as they head down the back straight, the South Australian team. Come up this time with 2 laps to go. Big turn of pace on the front here. Isabella Blackwell swings down. Comes back onto the wheel nicely there. Looked like she'd missed it, but she rode onto it very nicely indeed. They'll come up to get 1 lap to go this time, the South Australian team. Everything to race for as they head down the back straight this time. Gap's starting to open up just a little bit. It's been a good ride though. They're getting themselves through. They're going to set the first time of the day here. Under 17 girls qualifying in the team's pursuit. They go across the line 4:05.525 and get themselves through the 12-lap journey. So now we welcome heat number 2 of the under-17 girls team's pursuit qualifying out onto the track. This is the team of Western Australia, represented by Charlotte Corshid, Maddie Pitt, Ava Rogers and Sienna Tinkler. Very unlucky start there for the West Australian team. Pulled wheel right on the start line there. Ava Rogers leads through. The pink wheels in. Once again, the deep dish wheels. Moving very nicely. So 3 very strong riders, but They've missed out with Charlotte Corshid pulling a wheel on the start line, unfortunately. So head down the back straight now. This is Maddie Pitt, national medalist last year. And on her wheel looks to be Sienna Tinkler. So three very, very strong riders here for the West Australian team. They will be missing Charlotte Corshid though in this. A very strong girl. Look at the pace of Sienna Tinkler. Comes from a triathlon background. You can tell, can't you? She is very strong on the start line here. Putting Maddie Pitt under all sorts of stress here. The sprinter, scratch race rider, well, she can do it all really, but look at the turn of pace here from Sienna Tinkler. Putting the team into a little bit of bother just there for a little bit. Something that to discuss with the coaches afterwards. Don't want to put everyone in a world of hurt. Rogers now on the front. Pace just dropping off a little bit now. A little bit more controlled because that turn from Tinkler was huge. Ava Rogers leads the way. Maddie Pitt follows her. And come through this time. Looking very smooth. Swings up now. Has a look down. Maddie Pitt will go to the front. They'll be waiting with bated breath a little bit, these other two, Rogers and Pitt, just to see what their teammate's going to do this time, because it was a very strong turn of pace. Just needs a little bit more controlled.
I saw that as a pulled wheel, so not recognised.
Tinkler goes back to the front, and look at the turn of pace. It's like watching Filippo Ganna suddenly go back to the front of the Italian team. Tinkler just a little bit too strong. Coach just asking her just to slow, just ever so slightly, and she does so. When you have a rider like this in the team, you really just want them to do an extra lap. That's something that the team will discuss if they get the opportunity to ride in the next round. It's a strong turn of pace here from Sienna Tinkler in the under-17 division, because both Rogers and Pitt are very, very good bike riders at the top level. Tinkler still leads down the back straight. Rogers just dangling off the wheel ever so slightly here. It's a good fight. Tinkler on the front still. She comes through. A word from the coach. Is she going to give herself a break this time? No, why would you? Just heads down the back straight. Rogers just losing the wheel a little bit. Tinkler's just going to have to back off ever so slightly to keep her team together here as they come through. Tinkler leads the fastest time out on track, no surprise at all, but have a look at the strength of Sienna Tinkler, because Ava Rogers and both Maddie Pitt are class bike riders in the under-17 division, and Tinkler is taking them round to set the fastest time if they can. 3:43.970 from the West Australian team after the mishap on the start line. My heart goes out for Charlotte Corshid. But we're going to see the West Australian team again here today racing in the medal rounds, and they'll be able to bring Corshid in. She's a very strong bike rider. So 3:43.970 for the West Australian team. As I've said before, we're in 2025. Remember some of these names for 2032. So 3 more heats to come in our under-17 qualifying in the team's pursuit. We welcome our next team up onto the track. This is the team of New South Wales, represented by Lucy Allen, Jenna Gallagher, Zoe May and Erin Prince. So the top time of the day, 3:43.970. The team of Western Australia have set that. Now New South Wales, they've got a nice clean start in comparison to what we saw before, unfortunately. For the WA team, got into a little bit of strife with the pulled wheel on the start line. The West Australians went 3:43. The national record is actually held by Victoria in 3:37. So a good time by the West Australian under-17 team. Huge amount of work done by Sandra Tinkler as part of that team as well. Really put her teammates under a spot of bother a couple of times, but great ride from Rogers and Pitt. Well within themselves to stay with it, but this team, New South Wales, looking very smooth indeed. 4 riders together. This is the smoothest we've seen so far. Is it going to make it the same on the scoreboard though? It looks smooth, but it all comes down to how you're going to go through as a team. 1:15 for the first kilometre here. So moving nicely here, this team from New South Wales. Nicely together as they're just inside that half wheel when they're just on perfect here, these 4 riders. Some riders doing a lap turn, some riders just doing the half lap turn. That'll be decided by the coaches and the riders themselves before they start. I'll know who the stronger riders are. You'll see, as we saw with the West Australian team, with Sandra Tinkler doing multiple lap turns. And we see that at the real top level as well, don't we, in World Teams Pursuiting. We see it with the Australian team, with people like Connor Lay doing 3.5 lap turns. Sam Welsford as well. We see it with the Italians, with Filippo Ganna and Jonathan Milan. At the top of the tree, Maeve Plouffe, of course, one of the strongest female teams pursuiters in the world. If you were lucky enough to be here when we had the Brisbane World Cup here, Maeve Plouffe burst onto the stage in the teams pursuit. Really one of the strongest rides that we've seen for teams pursuiting. And of course the Commonwealth Games that were held here with both Australian teams absolutely smoked this Anna Meares Velodrome with teams pursuiting. So such a great history in men's and women teams pursuiting with the Australian teams. So everything to look forward to for these young riders. In New South Wales, they're setting the best time at the moment. Got themselves on a nice schedule here as they go through. Quickest time so far. They're down to 3 riders. That's expected in the team's pursuit. You always expect to see at least one rider drop off on purpose. They head through 3:25. Nice piece of riding here. Right on schedule to go top of the leaderboard. A little bit of work to do still. They've got to beat 3:43 by the team of Western Australia. New South Wales, are they going to do it? Yes. 3:43.175. It's 0.8 inside the time of Western Australia. So great piece of riding there by New South Wales to put themselves top of the leaderboard. 2 teams still to come. But great piece of riding here from New South Wales. Top of the leaderboard for now, 3:43.175. Western Australia 3:43.970. Move on to our penultimate heat in our teams pursuit qualifying. We'll welcome the team of Victoria, represented by Nicola Morris, Billy Russell, Isla Shaw and Addison Tor. In unison as they come out of the blocks here, the Victorian team, 3:43 the time to beat. The time to get themselves. They can leave the track in top spot here. They'll ride for a gold medal later today. Nice and smooth as they go through the Victorian team. Not too much panic through this first 1,000 metres. They'll really try to get onto their pace through lap 5, 6 and then hold it all the way through to the line. So the South Australian team as our first team out there, a little bit of inexperience with their team, the way it was set up, but better for the journey. They'll benefit greatly from racing this National Championships. And some unfortunate times for the WA team. Pulled wheel on the start line, no restart because it's just a pulled wheel, not a mechanical. And then we saw quite a difference in the strength between the team. And it's a quality team as well. And then New South Wales, well, they came out and they looked very much like the Victorian team did. They were very smooth, in unison nicely. Got themselves up into the top spot just by 0.8 of a second, 0.80 of a second in front of the West Australian team. Now Victoria. Working nicely together, in unison nicely, but are they going quick enough? That's the big question. Can they get themselves up into those top 2 spots? Just been asked for a little bit more from the coach in the home straight at the moment. The under-17 girls from Victoria. Six laps to go this time. You see the difference in the pace of turns from one or two of these riders. Now they go down to 3. The reason being is that rider just on the edge of their limit. As you can see, riders behind them just starting to run into the wheel a little bit. Something the coaches are a bit afraid of seeing sometimes. With 5 to go this time, they're asking for a bit more. They're trailing both times of New South Wales and W8, and get themselves up into those top teams. They're going to have to lift over this last little bit. Quality team though, the Victorians. .232 as they go through that time. Still moving very nicely, the Victorian team. Just down to 3 riders. Little bit of trouble down the back straight. One of the riders just losing the wheel ever so slightly. They'll come up this time, 2 to go. Coach just calls them as a steady pace there. Happy with what they're doing. They've been very smooth through the duration of this ride. Inside the time of New South Wales and Western Australia as they come up. 1 lap to go now. And Victoria looking to put themselves on top of the leaderboard here. They head down the back straight. 3:43 is the top time at the moment. They'll go, finish the time. 3:48.179 in the end. Victorian team looked very smooth throughout, just falling off the pace towards the end, but a good ride. Put themselves up into the medal rides later today, but at the moment New South Wales and Western Australia top of the leaderboard, with the local team of Queensland still to come.
Come on!
So we move on to the final qualifying heat of under 17 girls teams pursuit qualifying. We welcome to the line the team of Queensland, ladies and gentlemen, represented very nicely here today by Sienna Monteith, April Paddy, Isabella Potts and Ava Robbins. Moving away very nicely here. The Queensland team, they've just got that feel about them, this Queensland team, home track. Very accomplished 4 riders as part of this team. Moving nicely through that first lap, well and truly into their stride straight away here. 3:43, the top time of the day. The way they're moving at the moment, this Queensland team, just got that feel about them, and possibly just being a little bit above the rest here. Only early days though in this first 3,000 metres. They head down the back straight, moving very nicely indeed. Pace, a very big difference between what we've seen so far. The Queensland team go through. Perfect unison here between these 4 riders. They look like they've done a lot of work together as well, the way they're sitting up on the wheel. Almost identical, the way the gap they leave between the back wheel and the front wheel here as they come into the home straight, the Queenslanders. Queensland go through, still setting a nice time here. Still working very nicely, still very smooth together, not showing any signs yet of the ride getting into the legs or starting to deteriorate the workload at all. Queensland team just being asked for a little bit more from the coach. Down to 3 riders now. Job done. Down to 3. Let's see where they can go now, Queensland. Move quicker as a 3 over the last part of this journey. Just being asked for a little bit more here from the coach, but they're travelling the fastest around the track at the moment. Just looking to get themselves into the gold medal ride. Once again, the turns, beautiful execution up the track just above the blue stayers line. Come back, miss the back wheel by a couple of inches. That's exactly what you want to see. It's exactly what some of our Pathways national coaches will be looking for as well. Certainly in the under-17s, especially the second-year under-17s, that we very much looked at by our Pathways coaches moving forward. Queensland putting on a good display here as they head down the back straight. Still missing the wheel, but riding onto it very nicely indeed. .301 with 2 to go, so certainly moving quickly. Queensland team looking to get themselves well and truly inside the 340 range. Bell sounds this time, 3:19, the quickest team out on track. Comfortably so as well. They look smooth with it. Queensland go through, looking to get themselves inside 340. They'll come into the home straight. Can they get themselves any quicker? Inside 35, just going to get outside of it. 3:37.151 for the Queensland team. They go the top of the leaderboard by some 6 seconds. We now move on to heat number 1 of our under-17 boys teams pursuit qualifying. We welcome out onto the track the team of New South Wales, represented by Harvey Challoner, Joshua Moore, Ruben Shepherd and Luca Zucchiati. Got the big job at hand to try and set the fastest time of the day, with all the other teams still to follow. So New South Wales, great pedigree in the junior ranks in this division, in this discipline. So we look to see what New South Wales can produce here today. Red flag. Red flag there for the New South Wales team being pulled up. So New South Wales being pulled in, and they'll go straight back to the starting gate. The chief starter has spotted a false start from riders 2 and 3. So riders 2 and 3 false starting, so they're going to come straight back into the gate and do it all over again. So not ideal for the lads. The legs will be juicy now after that first lap. So welcome back to the start line. Harvey Challoner Joshua Moore, Ruben Shepherd and Luca Zucchiardi. This is the team of New South Wales. The nerves are gone, the cobwebs are gone. Time to get on with the job at hand. Nice clean start this time from the New South Wales team. See how they go. Let's hope the nerves don't get to them. You don't want to see them going out of the blocks in a panic after that first start. But they look like they've started nicely here. The team from New South Wales got themselves away beautifully. Straight into their stride. Hard job for them. 4 teams competing in the under-17 boys division. To go out there and try and set the absolute best time they possibly can. They'll have ridden together several times, but they wouldn't have raced in this competition, this style of competition together before under this sort of pressure. So there's a lot to ask to try and set the fastest time when you come out. First ride up, New South Wales, moving nicely, looking good. You always look at the 4th rider when they come into the home straight. You saw the eyes sort of point towards the heavens because they can see. It's so difficult not to look up and see what the scoreboard is saying. They go through 1:12, nice start here. They're really moving nicely. This young team from New South Wales, over 3,000 metres the journey, this one for under 17s. 1:12 start, so that's a very quick start indeed. National record for the under-17 boys is 3:16.180. They go down to 3 riders already. National record, that got set back in 2014. It was set by the Victoria. Victoria hold the national record. It was set in Sydney. With a couple of names in that one. Blake Agnoletto was in that team, and so was Pat Eddy. Both riding. Patrick Eddy riding in the Pro Tour at the moment on the road, and of course Blake Agnoletto taking all before him in the PSL and also in Nations Cups. New South Wales a little bit ragged now. They're starting to lose their 3rd man. Saw the danger, decided to go into the gap, just missed it ever so slightly. We're trying to keep them together here. Good piece of riding, but their 3rd man under all sorts of bother here for New South Wales. Pace not really coming off at the front either here from the New South Wales team, and their 3rd man is gone. Very unfortunate. Pace, the lifting of pace just a little bit too much here. Gonna have to dig very hard here to get through. Remember, there's 4 teams, so we are going to see New South Wales in the ride-off again here today, but they would have hoped to have been able to put themselves into a position to really fight for those top 2 spots. They'll go through with 1 lap to go now. Go through with 3:13. They're going to be sitting around the 3:32, 33 mark at the moment. New South Wales will come into the home straight. Time has taken on their 3rd rider. They'll come across the line. Good fight. 3:30 in the end. A good fight back there. 3:30.559. Pain just that little bit too much. The riders just got distance. You just cannot recover once you get into that spot of bother in the team's pursuing. A great fight back just to get through those final 4 laps. Well done, New South Wales. 3:30.559 to set the first time of the day. We move on now to heat number 2, and this is the team of Victoria, represented by Flynn Kessel, Omer Kamizi, Jack Panazzo and Lockie Stewart. The team from Victoria get themselves away now. 3:30 the time to beat. Top of the leaderboard at the moment. Moving nicely as they head down the back straight. Good pace here. Very fast start from the Victorian team. We saw a similar fast start from New South Wales. And it didn't play great dividends for them halfway through the ride. They're really moving quickly here. The Victorian team as they come into the home straight. Victoria come through. Certainly setting a quick time. They really came out at the start like a bat out of hell, really. Now they've settled down a little bit here. Let's see how they go through the next couple of kilometres. We'll have a look at the first 1,000-metre time here. Gone through 1:08.637, some 3 seconds quicker than New South Wales, and they're down to 3 riders here, the Victorians. So that was a very, very big start from the Victorian team. So coach just asking for a little bit more as they go through this time. Remember, this is the second heat. 2 rides still to come. South Australia and Queensland still to come here. So they'll be trying to get themselves up into the top 2 because they know they can ride for bronze. There's 4 teams out there. They're going to ride for bronze regardless if it goes wrong. So they might as well try to make it go right as best they can. Get themselves as high up the leaderboard as they possibly can to race for that gold and silver medal. Still being asked for just a little bit more. Good turn of pace on down the back straight here. The Victorian team still moving nicely. With just 3 riders on restricted gears, it starts to get very hard very quickly as they come through this time. Great big turn of pace being done on the front here. The Victorian team, they've worked out a way to get the theory working here nicely. Victoria head down the back straight. One man doing all of the work. Load for the Victorian team here. Let's get behind the Victorian team. Stewart on the front, swings out They'll come into the home straight this time. Go to the line, 3:20.442, some 10 seconds quicker than New South Wales. Well done to the Victorian team. They worked out the way to get their 4 riders across the fastest way they possibly could. Using one rider up for the very fast start and then using Stewart to bring them home all the way to the line. We move on now to heat number 3, our under-17 boys teams pursuit qualifying, and the team of South Australia in the home straight, ladies and gentlemen. Represented by Benjamin Cade, Harrison Lace, Reuben Pickering and Liam Underwood. South Australia away. 3:20.281, the time of Victoria. They've got themselves up into the top spot at the moment. It's a very good time as well, considering the national record is 3:16, and that hasn't been broken for some 11 years. They move nicely here. South Australia, they're going to try and get as close to, if not faster, than the team of Victoria here to get themselves into the gold, silver medal right off. 10 laps to go. Got themselves away nicely. 3,000 metres the journey. So they come up this time to finish their first 1,000 metres. We'll have a look and see where the clock is. 1:08 was the Victorian team. They're not going to be far away from it here, the South Australians. They go through in a very short 19.189. It's very one-sided, the workload of the Victorian team. So if South Australia got a better quartet, can they share the load that little bit more? They're still going to go through this next part of the journey with 4 riders, which is good to see for the South Australians. Certainly a great history in elite level with the South Australian teams pursuit team for many, many decades. So it's one of those events that has got good historical value for the teams coming forward. Big turn of pace being done on the front here for South Australia as they come into the home straight this time. Coach just asking for a little bit more. They start to back up onto the wheels ever so slightly. Still going through with 4 riders though, just a little bit. Died off the turn just a little bit, that rider. Come through this time. 4 to go. They've gone through 2:15, so they've gone a 1:08, then they've got a 1:07. So they're negative splitting it. Negative splitting it nicely as well. Just outside the time of the Victorian team at the moment. A little bit of work to do, but they've still got 4 riders. That's some confidence. South Australia still moving down the back straight nicely. They'll come up this time with 2 laps to go, the South Australians. Have a look at the scoreboard. going to be there and thereabouts on the Victorian team. If they can get through, they're looking at about a 32-second flying 500 to get themselves close. They're going to come through this time. They're just ever so slightly outside of the time of Victoria. They're well inside the time of New South Wales to this point. They head down the back straight. There's a good ride. 4 riders still together here, the South Australians. They'll come into the home straight, looking around about the 22, 23 mark. They'll come up, they'll stop the clock. 3:22.778 for South Australia. There's a good ride. All 4 riders getting to the line. They've got something to play with for the later ride. We'll see if that will be good enough to keep them into final contention, remembering we still have the local Queensland team to come. We move on to the final qualifying ride of our under-17 boys teams pursuit qualifying. This is our final ride of this afternoon session as well. We welcome the team of Queensland, represented by Felix Crossman, Flynn Larkins, Oscar Schoff and Eli Taylor. So Queensland underway, 3:20.281. Victoria top of the leaderboard, 3:22.778. South Australia in second. And we drop down to New South Wales with a 3:30. A little bit ragged out of the start, unfortunately there, Queensland. A little bit of work to do to get themselves together. And do so now. And it shouldn't hurt them too much at all. They'll come together nicely as they head down the back straight. This is the final heat of our qualifying here this afternoon. There'll be a 30-minute break between sessions after this race. So if you're joining us on our AusCycling YouTube channel, you'll have 30 minutes to go and get yourselves some lunch, some food, because when we come back, we'll be starting off with some scratch races, qualifying scratch races. Scratch races, individual pursuit finals and teams pursuit finals here this afternoon evening. It's quite an early program for the junior racing today. Don't quite go into the evening, so it's an afternoon show really. Queensland moving nicely through the first 1,000 metres. 1:09. Just off the pace of the rest. They go down to 3 riders though, just slightly behind the time of South Australia through that first 1,000 metres. However, they're still well and truly there and thereabouts. They're down to 3 riders though. The man who's doing the turn now, Felix Crossman, he had a little bit of troubles in the start, but he's obviously very strong for the second part of the journey here, these 3. That's a big look. Doesn't realise there's 1 rider missing, so Queensland, a little bit of work to do over this last couple of kilometres to get themselves up into the top 2 spots. But moving nicely. The home team, Queensland, move through. Come round this time to finish off 2,000 metres. See how the time's going there, going through 2:15. So they're there, still there, matching the time of South Australia. So there and thereabouts. The second kilometre was very nice, even though they went down to 3 riders. Can Queensland get themselves up into the top 2? Time suggesting through 2,000 metres they can. Crossman leads down the back straight. Good strong turn of pace here. They come up and get the bell this time. Queensland just a little bit off the pace. They're going to go into third as they come up with half a lap to go now. It's been a good ride. Can they get themselves up into 2? Have I called it too early? Can Queensland get up into the top 2? They're going to be very close. I'm happy to say they're in there. I called them as third. They've gone to number 2. Well done, Queensland. They're going to ride for a gold medal, silver medal. Great ride. They get inside the time of South Australia. They were trailing it for such a long time, but a superb finish from Queensland, 3:22.250. They get themselves up into second behind Victoria, who rode 3:20.281. That's going to be a great final. South Australia dropped down to third, 3:22.778. Queensland got stronger and stronger as they went. They looked like they were gone there. Well done. They are up into the gold medal ride. It's going to be a loud Queensland crowd here in a couple of hours' time. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a 30-minute break in our program. Get yourself something to drink, something to eat, and we'll be back shortly. So welcome back to everybody on our AusCycling YouTube channel, and welcome back to everyone in the grandstands. We're about to get underway. We're looking for all of our first heat of our under 17 boys qualifying scratch race. It's all riders, all team managers. Looking for your riders in heat number 1 to marshal at the bottom of the ramp in the home straight. We'll be getting underway very shortly, starting at 5:2. Looking for riders, looking for coaches, looking for managers. Commissaires are going to their posts now. So welcome back everybody on our YouTube AusCycling channel. We're about to get underway with heat number 1 of our under 17 boys qualifying for the Scratch Race Championship. There's going to be over 16 laps of the track in the qualifier. We've got 17 in the first one. We've got 16 in the second heat. 5 riders will miss out on each of the heats. So everything to race for. Opportunity to make the final of the National Championship here. Those aficionados of junior bike racing, the scratch race, without doubt, is one of the most exciting races we see in the under 17 men's categories. Used to be very straightforward back in the day. You'd have 4 riders from each state line up. Nowadays, there's opportunity, big opportunity. 2 heats to make the final. Everything to play for. We see in the home straight now all of our riders just getting ticked off before they come up onto the fence line. We'll be underway. 16 laps of the track for the qualifier. And this is going to be exciting. 5 riders are going to miss out. So as we get to towards the end of the race, we'll start not so much paying attention to who's winning it, because it really doesn't matter who wins this one. It's all about qualifying. But the last 5 across the line, that's where our attention will turn to. Stick with us. It's all about to happen. So we can see our riders coming up onto the start line now. We'll go through the list. On the fence line, we've got Will Astridge from the ACT, Gabrielle Jacobs from New South Wales, Felix Crossman, Queensland, Eli Taylor from Queensland, Harrison Lace from South Australia, Mitchell Stratton from Tasmania, Omer Kermitzi from Victoria, Cooper Dunlop from WA, and Hugo Guardian from New Caledonia. In the sprinters lane, we should have from New South Wales, Hugo Barnes, Ruben Shepherd, Oliver Jordan from Queensland, Kane Azapati from South Australia, Liam Underwood from South Australia, Lachlan Ermit from Victoria, Lincoln Andrews from WA, Matteo Boudier from WA. That's our field. 5 riders will miss out. The rest will go through to the final of the Scratch Race Championship. Underway, 16 laps to go of the track for these under 17 boys. There'll be 2 types of riders in here at the moment. There'll be the very nervous and then there'll be the very relaxed. Doesn't necessarily mean one's better than the other at this stage of the proceedings. There'll be riders who know fully well they're more than capable of getting themselves in that top 5 or 6 positions, which is where you want to be over the last couple of laps of this journey to make sure you're comfortably qualified into the final. And then you'll have those riders who are really going to be fighting to try and get themselves up into that top 5, 6, 10 places and fight for position. 17 riders and 16 riders, they're the 2 groups, so 33 riders in all taking part in the qualifying rides, but each race is going to miss out on 5 riders. Look at the pace here. That's what I talk about. When you talk about nerves, 4 kilometres, not a lot of chance of losing too many riders off the back of this group. They're all quality riders, and there's no 2 ways about it. The West Australians in there, well, they haven't ridden the qualifier of the team's pursuit, so fresh legs throughout the West Australian team. We've got a New Caledonia rider in there. We've got a number of under 17s from New Caledonia taking part in today's championship in the scratch race. They go through. The pace goes off this time. A little bit more tactics involved. There will be 1 or 2 riders who don't fancy themselves in the sprint finish who might try and launch them off the front, but being an under 17s race, well, it's a little bit like a bull chasing a red rag down the road. As soon as somebody attacks, they all stand up out of the chair and they all start chasing, which is what you want to see at this age. There's no 2 ways about it. You really want to see the competition. You want to see that desire to win every time they get out. That desire to just be that little bit better each time. We've seen some very exciting scratch races over the years in the under 17 racing. Probably one of the most honest bike races you'll ever come across in track cycling is the under 17s. So head down the back straight. Western Australia, Tasmania, New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, the ACT and New Caledonia all represented here. I'll come through. We're halfway already, 8 laps to go. This is where the nerves will start to set in for all of the riders, wanting to make sure they're up the front. And the attack from Western Australia down the back straight. New South Wales straight up with them as well. We turn our attention at this stage, with 7 to go, to the tail end of the field, because that is where the danger is going to come. It's the last 5 riders. It's almost like watching an elimination when you watch these qualifying scratch races. You want to make sure that your riders don't suddenly get themselves out of the position. 6 to go, the top half dozen, all quite comfortable. but the pace drops out. As soon as the pace drops out, it gives a big opportunity for those out of position to get themselves into position. And that's where things start to become a bit of a problem. Spread out across the track now. Those that were safe at the front now start thinking about it. 5 laps to go. Queensland, New South Wales, South Australia, the ACT. Classic example was last wheel just a lap and a half ago until they propped. Now ACT up into third position. Good riding from Will Astridge from the ACT. He was badly out of position before. Now he's up into third. Remember, it's just qualifying. Look down the back of the field. 1 or 2 riders with 4 laps to go getting themselves into a spot of bother. Need to start moving forward, because if they go from the front, the work will be done and dusted. They come through this time with 3 laps to go. Crowd getting behind their riders here. South Australia moving up round the outside. So is Western Australia. Queensland in the mix. We look down the back of the field. There's 1 or 2 riders getting caught out for the pace here. They'll get 2 to go this time. The pace is on. It's not going to come off. They're not going to prop now. So it's down the back of the field that we're going to have to see riders start to race their way forward. Remember, we're looking for the last 5 to miss out here. Great pace on the front. They're going to come up and get 1 lap to go here. The qualifying ride in the under-17 boys scratch race. New South Wales, New Caledonia in trouble going out the back. Astridge, ACT in trouble. The West Australian trying to make his way through here. West Australia on the front. We look to the back. 2 riders, 3 riders, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Possibly 5 there. So Queensland, New South Wales, ACT, Tasmania, and another New South Wales rider might find themselves in a spot of bother. Great first race there. We'll get the official result shortly. They'll be looking mainly at the final 5 riders. Don't forget, if you're watching at home on the AusCycling YouTube channel or you're sitting in the stands, you can see all of the live results on results AusCycling, results.auscycling.au. You'll be able to go onto your tablet or your phone and be able to see all of the results as they come up throughout our week of racing, week and a half of racing. So good first one. Everyone kept it rubber side down, shiny side up. That's what you first want in these qualifying rides. You want everyone to be safe. Cooper Dunlop was the West Australian rider who crossed the line first. Then we had Kamitsi, Underwood, Andrews, Taylor, Jacobson, Azzopardi, Boudier, Ermit. The riders who are missing out: Barnes, Stretton, Gardin, Astridge, and Ruben Shepherd. They were the last 5 across the line from 13 down. Just over 5 minutes for the 4K. So a nice little quick race, but the last 5 riders, Shepherd, Astridge, Gardin, Stretton and Barnes, look like they will be the riders to miss out. Official results will be on results at AusCycling as we move on to heat number 2. So we welcome these riders onto the track now. On the fence line, we welcome Harvey Challoner from New South Wales, Lucas Zucchiati from New South Wales, Oscar Schoff from Queensland, Tyler Cuniff from South Australia, Monty Mannion from Tasmania, Flynn Kessel from Victoria, Matthew Christian from WA, and Chad Charret from New Caledonia. And the sprinters lane, Joshua Moore from New South Wales, George Tucker from Queensland, Ruben Pickering from South Australia, Max Woodruff from Tasmania, Lockie Stewart from Victoria, Toby Zoe from WA, Jackson McDonald from the ACT, and William Emilis from Queensland. My apologies. William Emilius from Queensland. Our other rider in there from the Queensland group. So once again, 5 riders will miss out this time. This is the second of our qualifying rides. Great first heat already underway. You really need to pay attention in that last 6 laps. As we saw with heat number 1, the pace was on at 6 to go, no trouble whatsoever, and then all of a sudden, the propping at the front, 1 or 2 riders who are in great position, 3rd wheel, 4th wheel, coming up to around 4 to go, but there was no pace on, which meant they were going to get dive bombed from the back, which they did, and then they suddenly felt themselves out of position, which is unfortunate. Underway this time. South Australia, Western Australia, New South Wales, the ACT, Victoria, Tasmania, once again, New Caledonia, all represented here. Good pace here. Good move here from South Australia as well. As they come into the home straight, they all swing to the top of the banking. The South Australian rider leads through. Ruben Pickering of South Australia going to try and make the most, see who's paying attention. There's no real need to make the effort to chase here. It's only 1 spot. There's other spots available, but the pace goes up. Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland. Ruben Pickering has a look over the shoulder. He won't make too much more of an effort there. He knows they're going to come back to him here. So just going to try and look after the legs a little bit. It was a good try, might as well. It's a sneaky little loop off the front to see if they let him go, but I can't really see them letting him get a lap in the space of 16. So good riding from Ruben, taking full of it. Shows that he's just very aware of what's going on. Up round the outside, the man with the white helmet, Lockie Stewart. He did a power of work for the Victorian team in qualifying in the team's pursuit earlier today. On the 136, Lachlan Stewart. That's a young man who is going to end up with a target on his back and for the years to come in the 17 and 19 divisions. After seeing what he did this morning in the team's pursuit for the Victorian team. They roll through with 9 laps to go this time. The pace drops out. Everyone having a look over their shoulder. A little bit more tactical this one. 1 or 2 riders been quite happy just to lurk around the back of the bunch, not too worried, figuring it's going to come down to a sprint, and it's the last sort of 4 to 6 laps that they really need to start moving forward and really be underway as they go. Ruben Pickering, he's got itchy feet. He goes again. He says, if this is how you're going to ride, I'm not interested. I came here to race the national championships, and that's what I'm going to do, says Pickering as he comes into the home straight. This time, the chase not on. This is a better move because this is a little bit closer to the finish. So Pickering rides away. They all start having a look over the shoulder to see if anyone's going to come out and chase. I don't think they're going to bother at this stage because he's got a nice lead here, the South Australian. He's made a good effort, but you can see by the way he's sitting on the bike, he's well within himself. The first ride, the first move he did, that was a little bit cheeky. This one's very intelligent. Half a lap up now, and he just gets to look across the track and see what everyone else is doing. Get behind Ruben Pickering. This is an intelligent piece of bike riding here in the qualifying ride. He just moved up to sound them out to find out how they were going, and how they were going, not interested is how they were going. Because Pickering is heading towards the back of the field. He might not get on, he doesn't need to. He's just got to survive the next few laps to make sure he's qualified. Leader goes through. Lap score showing 4 to go. Now the pace is going up at the front of the group. As Pickering has a look at the tail of the field, he's going to judge his effort now. They come through this time with 3 laps to go. Pickering well and truly within himself. We look back to the main field, remembering it's the last 5 riders who are going to take all of our attention here. They come into the home straight with 2 laps to go. One or two riders just getting caught out. Pickering goes through. Queensland goes to the front. Queensland on the front as they go through. The bell will sound this time for Pickering. We'll come into the home straight, the main field. The bell sounds. We look to the back of the group. The West Australian in trouble here. Pickering is going to take the win. Ruben Pickering, great piece of riding. We look to the tail end of the field. There's one rider already out the tail. It's the last four across the line, and this one they're going to be in trouble. ACT, Tasmania, Victoria, and New South Wales, all in a little bit of strife before we see the final result. But ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for the South Australian coming into the home straight. That was a classy, intelligent ride there by Ruben Pickering. Rode well within himself to win that one very comfortably indeed. So everyone joining us on our YouTube channel, the AusCycling YouTube channel today, we'll be getting underway with the finals of our individual pursuit championships just very shortly. Under 15 girls and boys championship, and then of course we've got the final of our under 17 teams pursuit for boys and girls, and then we'll have presentations for those, and then we're into the final scratch race of the day for the women's, or the under 17 girls as we call it, and the under 17 boys. So into the medal rounds now, our first day of competition, an afternoon session here, run from 12 noon till 6:30 this evening is our finish time. So in Queensland at the moment, just about 20 past 4, so probably about around 6 o'clock. So there'll be a little bit of rest for the riders, but we're going to move into the medal rounds as the afternoon progresses now. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Good way to see our up-and-coming talent. These are the names we're going to see lurking around the Australian team in 2032 when the games come to Brisbane. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the first of our medal rides here today. This is the under-15 girls individual pursuit bronze medal final. We welcome in the back straight from South Australia, this is Matilda Trevora. And in the home straight, representing the ACT, this is Evelyn Power. Underway now. This is for the bronze medal, Evelyn Power and Matilda Trevora. Don't forget, you'll be able to see all of the results, all of the times that have been set today on AusCycling.results. So if you just Google AusCycling results page, you'll be able to find all of today's results, all of the programs for the coming week. So much racing to come over this 9 days here at the Anna Meares Velodrome. The junior championships for the next few days. Midweek we start with the elites as well. So much to look forward to. Evelyn Power coming into the home straight from the ACT, just in front of Matilda Trevora. Nothing between these two. Trevora going nicely here, just edging out Evelyn just for the moment through that first 3 laps. Good contest between the two. Trevora lifting nicely here in the final for the bronze medal. She'll head to the back straight this time, the South Australian coach telling her she's well up on her opponent, and she is as well. Goes through 1:23, just a full second up through that first kilometre. However, we did see in the 2,000 metre qualifying rides this morning, 2 different styles. One, a fast start, and the last couple of laps weren't the greatest, and that's not necessarily these two. But then we saw other riders who were able to just set a good tempo and then really lift over the last part of the journey. But Matilda Trevora looks like at the moment anyway, she's got the better of the ACT rider. However, they're going to have to really fight over this last 2 laps, because Power is putting it to the metal here as she comes into the home straight, and she's trying to just edge her way back into this Matilda Trevora. She'll come into the home straight. She's got a lap and a half to go, trying to find everything she possibly can. She's still got that lead, but Evelyn Power hasn't gone away. This is the sprint lap for both riders. Power is coming back nicely. She's taken the best part of about 5 metres that lap, Evelyn Power. They head to the half lap to go spots now. Trevora, Power almost on top of her here. It's going to come down to the last 125 metres. Evelyn Power into the home straight. Is she going to get the better of Trevora? She is indeed. Great ride, great fight back. 247.067 for Evelyn Power. She'll take the bronze medal. Matilda Trevora led the whole way, but Power just judged the effort perfectly. A big sprint finish. Well done to Matilda Trevora. No shame of finishing 4th in a national championship, but the bronze medal will go to the rider from the ACT, Evelyn Power. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome our final of the under-15 girls individual pursuit. This for the gold and silver medals. In the back straight, from South Australia, we welcome Monica Siebert. In the home straight, representing Queensland, we welcome Sienna Goulding. Away in the final here. We saw earlier this afternoon, Sienna Goulding broke the national record by some 3 seconds. She was some 6 seconds clear of the rest of the field, the Queenslander. And she started off very nicely again. First day of competition. This is an impressive ride here this morning from Sienna. Monica Siebert got herself up into the second qualifying spot, so it's a great ride by her as well. But this young Queenslander, she really did set a sensational time here. And she's out to a very nice start here again. Monica Siebert, they're looking to go quicker than her time because the time difference between these two was quite remarkable, really, considering they're only under 15s. So we see what Sienna can come up with here. Can she catch her opponent? Can she break the national record again? She comes into the home straight this time. We'll see where she stops the clock. 1:19 for the first 1,000 metres there for Sienna. So she's comfortably on target to negative split what she did here this morning. However, it is a warm day out there. These riders have warmed up a few times already to get ready for their competition. They've got more competition to come over the next couple of days. There's still a scratch race to come for these young ladies as they race here this afternoon. So you don't always see a better time done in the second ride because of the weather conditions here in Queensland. 2 laps to go for Sienna. She's just going to go out and try and catch her opponent here. Still a silver medal for Monica Siebert as they head down the back straight. And Sienna Goulding takes the win. She's caught her opponent. Put your hands together for both riders. Sienna Goulding is just a level above everyone here in the individual pursuit. Gold medalist and a silver medal for Monica Siebert from South Australia. Great result. We move on to the under-15 boys individual pursuit bronze medal final. We welcome in the back straight, representing Victoria is Joseph Natoli. In the home straight, representing New South Wales is Lucas Stribic. Away now, New South Wales in the home straight. Victoria starting in the back straight. Good contest between these two on its way. Natoli, fast start through that first half lap. That's what we saw from him this morning in his qualifying ride as well. Lucas Strubic right on the point of the saddle in that pursuiter's position. Put himself right forward on it. So Natoli and Natoli sits more in the centre of the saddle. So moving very nicely though, the Victorian. Just got the edge of over the top of his New South Wales competitor at the moment. But he did start quickly like this morning as well. Got himself up into the top 4 to race for a bronze medal here. Still moving nicely. Strubic though, just seems to be a little bit more within himself. Maybe got something more to offer over the final 4 laps. They've got 4.5 to go now. Joseph Natoli leads the way. And they'll head back towards 4 laps to go. So they'll go through their first 1,000 metres. 1:17.0 to 1:18.0. Pretty much just the 1 second between the two. But Strubic just edging closer, you would say. Just that little bit. They'll come up with 3 laps to go this time. The New South Wales rider ever so slightly, just getting a little bit closer. We'll see how they go over this next part of the journey now. Strubic definitely coming back. All the work to do for the Victorian here, because the New South Welshman is getting him in his sights as they come through. New South Wales goes to the top of the leaderboard here between these two. 0.3 of a second difference. Good piece of riding here by young Lucas from New South Wales, because he has ridden a good controlled race here. He'll come into the home straight with 1 lap to go. Lucas Strubic, he'll hear the bell, and he's well up now. This has been a good controlled ride. He'll head down the back straight. Clearly in front now. It's been a great fight from Natoli. He took him on. He didn't bow down, but it's going to be the bronze medal for the man from New South Wales. Lucas Strubic takes the bronze medal, 2:32.009. And Natoli will finish 4th in the National Championships, 2:34.5. So good ride. Bronze medal goes to New South Wales. We move on to the gold medal final now. We welcome in the back straight from New South Wales is Jet Stokes. In the home straight from Queensland, we welcome Riley Dixon. This for the gold and silver medals in the under-15 boys individual pursuit championship. So nice clean start from both riders here. Riley Dixon really rode on well over the last couple of laps in his qualifying ride this morning. Jet Stokes was very quick throughout the journey. And then Dixon just timed it perfectly. put himself to the top of the leaderboard here. See a good contest between these two, though. And Dixon comes into the home straight now. Queenslander on his home track. Great opportunity, nothing between the two. Never expected it to be any different. Just 0.2 of a second to the favour of the New South Welshman just for now. Moving nicely. Jet Stokes, the New South Wales rider, right on the point of the saddle. Dixon, just a little bit more into the middle of it. Trails by just on half a second at the moment. We saw this sort of fast start from Stokes this morning, where Dixon just really rode well over the 5, 6, 7 laps this morning towards the end. Stokes still leads the way, 0.85 of a second now. They've gone through 1:16.6 for the first 1,000 metres in the juniors here. New South Wales coach moving back to the pursuit line after calling his rider to schedule for the first 4 laps. Now he's going to call him against the man. The Stokes goes down the back straight and Dixon starting to peg him back a little bit. It was 8.5, now it's 8.2. But Dixon just looks like he's starting to build some momentum here, but Stokes is not going away and he's not giving up this lead at all. They're going to get 2 laps to go when they get back to their start positions here. Stokes is still leading. Dixon with some work to do. It's out to a second now between Stokes and Dixon. The New South Welshman comes into the home straight. Lap and a half to go. He's got to hang on from here because we have a look at Dixon. He has changed gear and he's starting to lift as he comes up with 1 lap to go now. Dixon is a sprinter and he's sprinting home because it's gone from 1 second to 0.4 of a second here for the Queenslander. This is what he did here this afternoon. He still trails ever so slightly, but he's coming home too to Stokes' 1 by the looks of it. Riley Dixon's going to come into the home straight and he's going to become national champion on his home track. 2:30.143, half a second in the end in front of Jet Stokes. Great intelligent riding there from the Queenslander. Great result.
Oh, and I get it pull it this way, like down, see across there. Oh, under it. Yeah. They are, yeah, they're just getting ready, but they must be getting holders. Maybe just don't go to this one for a second. Just like. Yeah, I haven't put the tape in. It's just, it fell out. I put the tape in and then it just went out. Because it's, yeah, how's that? Is that it?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next of our finals here today. This is the under-17 girls teams pursuit bronze medal final. We welcome in the back straight, the fourth qualifiers here today, the team of Victoria, represented by Nicola Morris, Billy Russell, Isla Shaw and Addison Tor. In the home straight, we welcome the team of Western Australia, represented by Charlotte Corshid, Maddie Pitt, Ava Rogers and Sienna Tinkler. Away now in the final of the bronze medal ride-off, and WA's better off already because they go with 4. Moving nicely, settling in. The WA team, they're only 2/10 off their own state record here earlier today. And of course, Charlotte Corshid in the blue helmet never left the starting gate, unfortunately. Pulled her wheel, and that was the end of her ride. So WA go with 4 riders this time. We saw Sienna Tinkler from the WA team be very, very strong in the ride here this morning. We'll have a look and see what the difference of an extra rider makes to the West Australian team. But at the moment, the Victorian team, who looked very smooth this morning, it must be said, they are edging the West Australian team just ever so slightly over this first part of the journey. So good contest here. I always expect a team like Victoria, the state like Victoria, to lift on their second ride. Maddie Pitt swings up now. The strong West Aussie, Sienna Tinkler, goes to the front. Now this morning, we saw Sienna put the team into a lot of hurt, doing some very, very big turns. And you see the West Australian on the front here. The gap's just open between the wheels ever so slightly when she goes to the front. She does a good 2 to 3 lap turn as well. Same thing happening here, but this time they've got Charlotte Corshid, who's with the team. So another strong rider in there. The West Australians seem to be getting the better of the Victorian team after that big turn from Sienna Tinkler. The Victoria, though, still looking very smooth with their 4 riders. 6.5 laps to go. It's about the length of a team between the two at the moment. Western Australia with Corshid on the front, Rogers on her wheel, then Pitt, then Tinkler as they go through. They lead comfortably at the moment. Down the back straight, Western Australia going nicely. The Victorian team down to 3 riders now. This is what we saw from them this afternoon, but they're still looking nice and smooth. The journey still to be completed. Rogers swings up with the pink wheels. That's enough for her. 3 riders versus 3 riders now as they head down the back straight. The West Australian team, they'll come round this time and receive 1,000 metres to go. Maddie Pitt trying to finish off her turn. She's going to hand over to Sienna Tinkler. In actual fact, she goes down the back straight a bit further on her turn here. The Victorians coming into the home straight. The West Australians down to 3. Maddie Pitt's going to have some work to do to get back on the wheel here. Victoria into the back straight. Just being asked for a little bit more because WA are in all sorts of trouble all of a sudden. The big turn from Sienna Tinkler has put Maddie Pitt out the back. But Victoria are in all sorts of bother as well. Both teams losing their 3rd rider here. Victoria into the back straight. They're getting urged on by the coach. It's going to be on whoever the 3rd rider is at the moment. WA still got the best part of about 100 metres in front though. They go through now. Maddie Pitt's going to have to fight hard. It's the third rider of both teams here that are going to fight their way through. Caution. Up round the outside. Bronze medal goes the way of WA. Victoria will finish fourth. That's a hard 3,000 metres for both teams here. The Victorians did very well, but they lost their third rider just after the West Australian team lost their third. But WA will take the bronze medal. It's a long way to come. Good result for the team. We move on to the gold medal final of the under-17 girls teams pursuit.
We can ride a 4 back straight back a bit, please. Ride a 4 back.
We're representing New South Wales in the back straight is Juno Smith, Jenna Gallagher, Zoe May and Erin Prince. In the home straight, the team of Queensland, represented by Isabella Potts, Ava Robbins, Michaela Gibbs and Sienna Monteith. This for the gold and silver medals. Away now in the final. The Queensland team being led away by Potts nicely here. Gets them up to speed. New South Wales, they were very smooth this morning, New South Wales, very smooth indeed. Stayed together nicely. And Queensland with the quicker team as they go through. Potts swings up, hands over to Robbins. Such a talented rider, Ava Robbins, the under-15s, moving up into the under-17s. Of course, her mum's not a bad bike rider either. Jackie Linda-Moore, a very good sprinter for Queensland. So Robbins on the front. She heads down the back straight. Very strong pursuing style. Swings up nicely, high on the track, comes down onto the wheel. The Queensland team put New South Wales under pressure straight away. Gibbs on the front for Queensland as she heads down the back straight this time. Just look at the gaps between the wheels here. Nothing really changing, which means the pace is nice for these riders. Gibbs not going up the track quite as high as some of the others to get back on. Monteith now for Queensland on the front. But New South Wales in the home straight now. They haven't lost much more distance, have they? They're still moving very nicely. As Prince swings up. Hands over to Gallagher down the back straight. They're down to 3 riders now, New South Wales. So the pressure in the final starting to tell here. It's a warm day, warm afternoon, always in the Anna Meares Velodrome. The Queensland, still 4 riders as they come in with 6 laps to go now. Good pace being set here Potts swings up, hands over again to Robbins. The Queensland team, they just look very sound, don't they? New South Wales, a little bit of stress here for the third rider to get back on. Zoe May, she gets there though, no problem at all. But Queensland just look that more well-drilled unit as they head down the back straight. 4 riders together still, 4.5 laps to go. Robbins on the front. They're coming to the home straight this time. Well within themselves, 4 laps to go for Queensland. 2:26.95 for Queensland to this point of the journey. So they head down the back straight. Don't seem to be too bothered at the moment. Good fight back from New South Wales with 3 riders. They're certainly deserving of their spot in the final, no two ways about it. Smith leads New South Wales down the back straight. Queensland now go down to 3 riders as Gibbs says that's enough for me. 2.5 laps to go now for the Queenslanders. They'll come to the home straight and they'll start to ride themselves up towards the back of the New South Wales team. Still looking very, very comfortable. The Queensland team, they head down the back straight, 1.5 laps to go this time. New South Wales lead into the home straight. They've got 1.5 laps to go. Here come Queensland though with Robbins on the front. Oh, and that'll be the bike race. Queensland win, and well done, Ava. That was a great piece of bike handling as well. Thank goodness. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Queensland gold medalists in the team's pursuit. Well done to New South Wales. They'll go home with a silver. Superb bike handling as well. Well done. We move on now to the under-17 boys bronze medal final. In the back straight, we welcome the team of New South Wales, represented by Harvey Challoner, Josh Moore, Ruben Shepherd and Luca Zucchiati. In the home straight, we welcome the team of South Australia, represented by Benjamin Cade, Harrison Lace, Ruben Pickering and Liam Underwood. Big day of racing here for our 17s with the scratch race happening as well, qualifiers and final if they've made the final. Big way to start off competition here at the National Championships. The clock has started, 45 seconds to go. We're underway in the bronze medal ride-off. South Australia coming out quite quickly there. New South Wales getting underway nicely. Not starting with the same impetus as the South Australian team though. They've really shot out of the blocks here, the South Australians. Got themselves out over a full team length lead already. So we have seen these sort of tactics where teams have used up one of their faster riders early, but they're fine. South Australia, that was a great start. They've put New South Wales under pressure straight away here. They need to settle in now and get on with the job at hand. South Australia, they're going to be excited by the fact that they're going to start to see the tail end of the New South Wales team straight away here. They're going to come through now with 9 to go. They can already see the tail end of New South Wales. As they enter the straight, they'll see New South Wales leaving the straight. That's exactly what you want to see if you're in this team's pursuit situation. South Australia motoring into the home straight. 8 laps to go. Their first 1,000 metres, 1:11.309. So it's not lightning quick. It's just been a very, very nice start here for the South Australian lads. Great history between New South Wales and South Australia in teams pursuit finals, right through all of the divisions, from juniors all the way through to elites. South Australia will come up to the back of New South Wales. The red flag was held out, just letting New South Wales know that that's it, and that's the catch. Put your hands together for South Australia. Great piece of riding. Looks like one or two of the boys wanted to save the legs for the scratch race still to come. Get that up and done and out the way. Bronze medal going back to South Australia. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the under-17 boys team pursuit gold final. We welcome in the back straight the team of Queensland, represented by Felix Crossman, Oliver Jordan, Oscar Schoff and Eli Taylor. And in the home straight, the team of Victoria, represented by Flynn Kessel, Omer Kamitsi, Jack Panozzo and Lockie Stewart. Underway now, gold medal on the line, gold medal final. It was a very simple tactic from the Victorian team here this afternoon. Get out really fast, everyone do a turn, and then it was very much hang on to the back wheel of Lachlan Stewart over the last 1,500 metres of the ride. It worked well, there's no two ways about it, it worked well. However, Queensland were very quick. Ended up with 3 riders. They were very fast as well. The Victorians, both these teams have still got the scratch race to come here this evening. When I say this evening, within the hour they'll be riding the scratch race. The Victoria have got themselves out to a nice lead. You expected so, the way they rode here this afternoon in qualifying. Victoria come through. Good turn of pace on the front here from Kermitsi. Kermitsi on the big turn, as he did earlier this afternoon. Did this turn, and he got up out the way, and he does it again. So same tactic being employed from the Victorian team. This is what we saw this afternoon. Good start by Stewart, then Kavitsi takes them a little bit further. And then one turn each from the rest of the team, and then Lockie Stewart took over this afternoon. We'll see if they're going to do the same here. Is it going to be as effective? Because Queensland have still got 4 riders to choose from here as Crossman leads them through. 6.5 laps to go. Stewart comes to the front on 6 to go. Pay attention to that number 6 because Lachlan Stewart goes to the front. This is under 17s, not 19s or elites. This is just under 17s. Lachlan Stewart on the front of the Victorians again. 5 laps to go this time. Queensland still with 4 riders and still looking very nice indeed. They head down the back straight. 4.5 laps to go. Lachlan Stewart, the Victorian, still on the front of the group. And here he comes into the home straight, this young man. 4 laps to go. That's a 2-lap turn. He's been keeping a good eye on where the Queenslanders are. He's got them in his sights. He sees them leaving the straight. Queensland still with 4 riders here. As they'll get 3.5 to go. Victoria get 3 to go. And it's still Lachlan Stewart on the front doing the turn. This is a big shine of display here. Remember what I've said all day today. You'll get sick of me saying it during the week over the next few days. We're in 2025, 2032. The games are here in Australia, and these are the names you're going to see in that contest because Lachlan Stewart is still on the front of the Victorian team. Queensland has gone down to 3 riders finally, with Crossman on the front, but as they come up to get 1 lap to go, Lachlan Stewart from Victoria finishes his 5th lap on the front, and he's going to lead them all the way home here, the young Victorian. Great tactics being employed by the Victorian team here. They knew exactly what they have, but you still need to finish with 3, and they will do indeed as they come into the home straight. Victoria take the gold medal. That was impressive. 3:16.990 as I go through my paperwork up here in the grandstand. 3:16.990, the national record. 3:16.180. As close as you can get, really. Well done to Victoria. As close as you can get to a national record. Fantastic ride.
Testing, 1, 2.
Queensland cold going on.
Yeah. Might only be like a couple $100, but it's still out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we turn your attention to the presentation of the Under-15 Girls Individual Pursuit Championship. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing the ACT, Evelyn Power. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing South Australia, Monica Siebert. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Queensland, Sienna Goulding. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for our national champion and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, we turn our attention to the under-15 boys individual pursuit medal ceremony. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing New South Wales, Lucas Strebick. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing New South Wales, Jet Stokes. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Queensland, Riley Dixon. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation once more for our national champion and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the under-17 girls teams pursuit presentation. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, Western Australia. Represented by Charlotte Korshid, Maddie Pitt, Ava Rogers and Sienna Tinkler. In second place, and winners of the silver medal, New South Wales. Represented by Juno Smith, Jenna Gallagher, Zoe May, Erin Prince and Lucy Allen. In first place, winners of the gold medal and national champions, Queensland. Represented by Isabella Potts, Ava Robbins, Michaela Gibbs, Sienna Monteith and April Patty. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again show your appreciation for our national champions and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the under-17 boys teams pursuit. In third place and winners of the bronze medal, South Australia. Represented by Benjamin Cade, Harrison Lace, Reuben Pickering and Liam Underwood. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Queensland. Represented by Felix Crossman, Oliver Jordan, Oscar Schoff, Eli Taylor and Flynn Larkins. In first place, winners of the gold medal and national champions, Victoria. Represented by Flynn Kessel, Amir Kamitsi, Jack Panazzo and Lachlan Stewart. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please show your appreciation for our national champions and medalists. So, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel here today. We've just got 2 more races to go for this day 1 program, and the 2 exciting races as well. We'll have the under-17 girls scratch race final and also the under-17 boys scratch race final to finish off day number 1. So plenty to look forward to. 30 laps of the track for each, over 7.5 kilometres. It's been a fine first day of competition for our juniors. Individual pursuing, teams pursuing, and now the scratch races. Just to finish us off for the day, it's been quite warm, as usual, in the Anna Meares Velodrome. For those of you who have been here and seen the racing live, if you're in Queensland or on the Gold Coast, Brisbane, even up on the Sunshine Coast, make your way down over the next 8 to 9 days during at least one of our nights of racing here. It's been a great crowd here. Loads of parents in place today. Good vibe. And, of course, we've got the Elite Championships. So much to look forward to, the way our national team rode at the Nations Cup in Turkey just recently. And, of course, the Olympic Games from last year. So much to look forward to. And so many riders coming up looking to cement themselves in those top spots in our elite levels. Our under-17 girls just getting themselves up onto the track now. And we'll go through the start list as soon as they come to the line. It's going to be a great one, this one. The riders just taking their time. You can't really blame them. The majority of these riders have ridden the team's pursuit here today. Some of them have just run off the podium and get themselves back on their bikes for this. So we'll forgive them. Just taking their time to get to the starting line. But we'll start with the riders on the fence. This is the under-17 girls scratch race final. We introduce the riders on the fence line. Chloe Buckley from Queensland, Grace Hunter, Queensland, Isabella Potts, Queensland, and we have Isabella Blackwell, rider number 85 from South Australia, 87 Libby Smith from South Australia, Nicola Morris from Victoria, Isla Shaw, Victoria, 89 and 91. Number 95 is Charlotte Corshid from WA. Number 97 is Maddie Pitt from WA. 71 from New South Wales is Lucy Allen. 73 is Zoe May from New South Wales. Erin Prince, 75, also from New South Wales. The bottom of the track, 78 is Michaela Gibbs from Queensland. Number 80 is Sienna Monteith from Queensland. Ava Robbins, rider number 83 from Queensland. 86 is Tora Ferguson from South Australia. Number 88 is Sonny McEwen from Tasmania. Billy Russell is from Victoria, and she's rider number 90. 93 is Addison Tor from Victoria. Number 96 is Vianna Najafian from WA. Ava Rogers from Western Australia is number 98. Jenna Gallagher, 72, from New South Wales. 74 is Alexis Phillips from New South Wales. And rider number 76 from New South Wales is Juno Smith. 30 laps of the track is what we're about to see. First, second and third will get the gold, silver and bronze medals. .30 laps to go of the track, and it's all Queensland at the front of the group as they head down the back straight. No pace on to start with, as you'd imagine. 1 or 2 riders just want to see how they're feeling after a predominantly big afternoon of warming up, cooling down, warming up again, staying hydrated. You dehydrate so quickly in this velodrome if you're not paying attention to your fuel levels as they head down the back straight. South Australia coming to the front. Haven't seen the girls in a bunch race yet. We've seen the guys do their qualifier as they go through this time. Queensland quite happy just to set the pace down the back straight. The strong rider on the front now as she comes into the home straight. Rider number 77. There's Chloe Buckley. She swings up, heads down to the back of the group. Short, sharp turns, the order of the day. They're not really lined out. It gives you an idea of the pace at the moment. Number 96 is Viana Najafian. West Australian up the top of the track now. The Victorians just setting the tempo. Very bunched up as they head down the back straight as the sun beams through the canopy here at Anna Meares Velodrome. Pace being set nicely as they come up the home straight this time. Grace Hunter swings up from Queensland. They head down the back straight. Just getting a little bit more lined out this time. See one or two riders just quite happy just to follow mid-pack, not worry about too much. .22 laps to go as they come through this time. Ava Robbins swings to the top of the track. She'll have one or two following her back wheel. Maddie Pitt, the West Australian, not giving her too much room. And we've got Ava Rogers, the pink back wheel. She swings up as well. They'll be quite happy with themselves. Got themselves a bronze medal to take back to WA. South Australia lead the way through as they go through this time. It was Libby Smith, Tasmanian rider, Sonny McEwen, riding good position. If she's anything like the history of Tasmanian cycling, she'll be a very good scratch race rider as well. Into the home straight. One or two riders just overlapping the wheel ever so slightly as they swing up the track. Not too much pace on at the moment. They'll have 20 to go when they come to the home straight this time. Everything to play for. Pace goes up on the front of the group this time. South Australia quite happy to set a good tempo here. Tora Ferguson it is leading down the back straight. A little bit of a split in the middle of the group. Ferguson setting a good tempo as they come up. 18 laps to go this time. Queensland come back to the front of the group this time. Grace Hunter leads down the back straight, quite happy for a fast pace. Victorian not too worried about anything there. I think that might be Billy Russell, and definitely it was Billy Russell. Very good sprinter, very handy in the Kieran's and the scratch races and the sprint events. Just going to ride good position. They go down the back straight this time, and it was Chloe Buckley who swings up. Maddie Pitt goes with her. Three lines of riders as they come into the home straight. Still not a huge tempo being set here. Very tactical race at the moment. Everyone just sort of watching what everyone else is doing. Tora Ferguson just getting caught out after doing that big turn of pace. All bunching up as they head down the back straight this time. Oh, a touch of wheels. Looks like it might be Charlotte Corshid, unfortunately, from the WA team with the blue helmet. The blue helmet is what makes me pick her out very easily there. Had trouble with the bike earlier in the day. Looking for WA staff to get to their rider on the inside of the track there. Nobody coming out onto the track. Chief Commissaire making his way round. We'll turn our attention back to the front of the field. Queensland lead the way through. I'll come up this time, 13 laps to go. The pace goes up again. Queensland happiest at it. Michaela Gibbs swings up. New South Wales to the front. Robbins back to the front of the group here. She's quite happy to do a turn here. Multiple time national champion already in the junior ranks. Found herself on the podium already. Maddie Pitts swings up. Billy Russell comes to the front now. Sienna Monteith on her wheel with the pink helmet. Down the back straight again. This time, it's one of the other Queenslanders, Chloe Buckley, rider 77. She swings up. Charlotte Corshid needed a new front wheel. The mechanics have got to her now. They lead through. Once again, Queensland setting the tempo down the back straight, making sure everyone's keeping very honest in this one. Charlotte Corshid desperate to get back in this race. She's getting the front wheel changed at the moment, taking a little bit of time. Once again, Queensland, good tempo being set by Grace Hunter. McEwen on her wheel as they head down the back straight. Then we go back to the New South Wales rider of it looks like Alexis Phillips, who comes to the front of the group now into the home straight. No luck for Charlotte Corshid today. She is going to go home with a bronze medal from the team's pursuit, and she rode very nicely in the bronze medal ride-off. It looks like the bike is not doing her any favours there. She's hit the deck and they're not getting that front wheel changed. And that's it for Charlotte, unfortunately. Run out of laps to get back in. We'll come through now, 8 laps to go. Our attention goes back to the front of the bike race as they head down the back straight. One or two riders just looking for position. Billy Russell, one of those. Maddie Pitt from Western Australia. Then Najafian, also from Western Australia, moving to the front. They go from the front. No one prepared to chase straight away. It's a good move from Queensland because they've got numbers. Michaela Gibbs gets on with it. Tasmania has a look over the shoulder. All she's going to see is riders who didn't want to chase the move in the first place. Gibbs leads into the home straight. The hometown girls, 6 laps to go. South Australia bring themselves to the front of the group this time. Start to chase out in earnest now, the South Australians. Isabella Blackwell. Gibbs swings up. She says, no, I'm not going to go on with it. There was an opportunity there. She's decided to think better of it, and she drops back to the field. Blackwell, I think it is, from South Australia, leads through this time. As they move to the front. Grace Hunter, and up round the outside of Grace is the rider they're all going to start to look for. That's Ava Robbins up on the outside. She's got her teammates stacked up behind her. And then you've got 1, 2, 3 West Australians trying to follow that wheel through. The Victorian just moving in to position there. Billy Russell just tucked underneath her, the rider from New South Wales. Rider number 72 trying to get herself in good position here is Jenna Gallagher. But not a lot of pace at the front of the bunch is going to put people into a little spot of bother here. They've got to keep the pace up at the front, otherwise the dive bomb attacks will come from behind. Queensland, 1, 2, 3 as they go through the start-finish line that time. They head down the back straight. Queensland have it all their own way at the moment. Isabella Potts on the front of the group. Then we go back to Robbins. Queensland, Sienna Monteith in the pink helmet, getting up onto the shoulder of her teammate Ava Robbins. Then Rogers from Western Australia in the yellow, back in about 4th wheel. Gallagher, I think it is, trying to push her way up onto the wheel. She's done a good job of it, but Robbins steps out this time. Then it looks like we've got Gallagher up onto her wheel. Billy Russell follows her down the back straight. Robbins, Gallagher and Russell as they start to step out for the sprint, but Robbins is too strong, far too strong here. Robbins, Gallagher, Russell as they go across the line. Sienna Monteith goes across in 4th, but Queensland take another gold medal, and it's really no surprise. Ava Robbins takes the gold medal in the scratch race here in the under-17 girls. Put your hands together for the local. Ava Robbins takes the national title. So just a confirmation of the result there in the under-17 girls scratch race final. Gold medal, Ava Robbins, Queensland. Silver medal, Jenna Gallagher, New South Wales. And the bronze medal goes to Billy Russell of Victoria. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the under-17 boys scratch race final. Introduce the riders on the fence line. Ruben Pickering from South Australia. George Tucker from Queensland. William Meares from Queensland. Tyler Cunniff from South Australia. Oscar Schoff from Queensland. Gabrielle Jacobson from New South Wales. Kana Zapati from South Australia. Luca Zucchiati from New South Wales. Lachlan Ermit from Victoria. Oliver Jordan from Queensland, Harvey Challoner from New South Wales, and Felix Crossman from Queensland. In the sprinters lane at the bottom of the track, we welcome Cooper Dunlop from WA, Omer Kamitsi from Victoria, Liam Underwood from South Australia, Lincoln Andrews from WA, Eli Taylor from Queensland, Lockie Stewart from Victoria, Max Woodruff from Tasmania, Matteo Boudier from Western Australia, Chad Charay from New Caledonia, Tobias Zoe from WA, and Harrison Lace from South Australia. They'll do a rolling lap to come together, then they've got 30 laps of the track, gold, silver and bronze on the line. Starter happy with the way they're going. It's a fast start. As Cooper Dunlop got them underway. Now the attacks. This is going to be a different bike race. There's Lockie Stewart. We've seen him do 2 6-lap turns for his Team's Pursuit team earlier today. Imagine he's going to try and make this one as hard as he possibly can. There's no point in taking riders to the finish line unless they've got their heart rate at the absolute maximum level when you're riding the way Lockie Stewart's ridden here so far today. I think it's Boudier swings up from Western Australia. Head down the back straight. The pace somewhat on at the moment. There's the two lines. Everyone's still looking for a bit of position here. A bit of a chit-chat going on between the two WA riders as they head down the back straight this time. Queensland to the front, not for long. Everyone's quite happy to swap around the turns here. Ruben Pickering, the South Australian, he leads down the back straight. Crossman swings up, follows him. Now Victoria come to the front. I'd say there'll be one or two nervous of that first attack from Lockie Stewart. He's got everyone on their toes now, just seeing what they're doing. Pace goes up again. Stewart swings up, hands over. New South Wales now come to the front. Then it's all South Australia as we go through to the back straight. Cooper Dunlop, the West Australian, setting the pace. Got a silver medal in the Omnium Championship just a few weeks ago. So he's on some good form. There's no worries there. Meares going with him. A few riders getting clear. Ruben Pickering. We know Ruben's quite happy to do a breakaway. That's a wheel to follow. Lachlan Stewart knows it as well as he steps out of the bunch and starts coming out after the leaders. It's a good pace for a scratch race in the under-17s. Stewart up round the outside. They're all going to have to start chasing to go with him now. Oscar Schoff, the Queenslander, thought better of it. Cooper Dunlop, he knows the danger. The West Australian, he won his heat earlier this afternoon. The West Australians didn't have a team in the under-17, so there'll be some fresh legs. However, you need some people to help. Zucchiardi swings up. Everyone knows the danger of chasing somebody like Lockie Stewart. There's two dangers here. One, you chase him, you can't get him anyway. If you do chase him, you're going to use all of your bickies just trying to get on. The same four riders are trying to set something up on the front here, but look at the pace of this young man from Victoria, ladies and gentlemen, because there's been about 6 riders do about a 100-metre turn or 50 to 75-metre turn, and they're all starting to argue about who's going to do the next turn on the front of the group here. I don't know, my mentality was if somebody wanted to give me a turn, let them give me the turn. Get behind this young man from Victoria. He has a look over the shoulder. He's well within himself. He's setting a very good tempo here because they are lined out behind him. Everyone's doing short, sharp turns, just trying to hold the pace. Woodruff doesn't bother. Once again, it's Dunlop on the front from Western Australia. He's got his teammate Boudier on his wheel. I don't think I've ever seen an under-17 put a scratch race bunch to the sword the way that Lockie Stewart is doing here. Everyone on equal gear ratios here. Zucchiardi, the national record holder in the younger years, he swings up. Cooper Dunlop finds himself on the front again. Stewart has a look under the shoulder. He's got 15 laps to survive. He hasn't even gotten to a half lap here. Just as I say that, he starts to look like he's getting to a half lap with the tail end of the field anyway. There's a number of passengers down the back of that bunch who haven't come to the front yet to really have any input into this race. They might not know that Lockie Stewart's gone yet. They wouldn't think of it. He's been out there for 10 laps. He's now half a lap up, and he is looking across the track like a veteran cyclist who knows exactly how good he is, not an under-17 cyclist who's on the same gear ratio as everybody else in the race. This is impressive riding here. Is he strong enough to stay away? Can he stay away? Can he take a lap? Imagine, are we seeing something remarkable here from this young man from Victoria? Stewart goes through. We look back to the field. Again, Dunlop from WA, silver medalist in the Omnium Championship. He swings up, looking for some help from some other people. There's a number of good bike riders in this one, sitting down the tail of the field who haven't done a turn yet. And don't blame them either. There's still silver and bronze medals on the line at the moment, but if they want to see anything that shimmers like gold, they're all going to have to start to cooperate because they're coming away in 1s and 2s. South Australia, Queensland, New South Wales have found themselves off the front, and 1 or 2 riders who did a lot of work are now finding the legs just that little bit juicier to be able to keep on chasing. 10 laps to go. I've seen a lot of under-17 bike races in my days, but I haven't seen one blow apart at the front end like this. This looks more like an elite bike race because of the attack that Lockie Stewart has put in here. This is great racing. The next group comes through. Queensland leading, then New South Wales, South Australia. They're going across in 1s and 2s. They're not necessarily the riders you'd expect from each team. Stewart swings up. Lockie Stewart swings up. 8 laps to go. He had put them to the sword, but thinking better of it. Oscar Schoff says, thanks very much. That was hard work to get to you. Now we've got 5 riders, then back to 3, but look at the damage that this attack has done. They are coming across in little groups of 3, 4 and 5. They're not coming across as one big bunch. Everyone's tongue is hanging out. But as I look down through the field, there's a number of riders, a number of very fast riders who haven't been near the front of the bike race yet. And Felix Crossman was one who was sitting down the tail end of the field very intelligently, I must say. And now he gets on with it. Oh, there's a big crash in the bend, a very big crash in the bend. We've lost 5 riders. That's no good at this stage of the race. But Felix Crossman is going to come into the home straight with 5 laps to go. Leader of the bike race is from Queensland. Crossman leads down the back straight. They're scrambling to get bike riders back on their bike here, and inside Chief Commissaire on hand. We lost 5 riders in that crash. Crossman goes across. He's got 1,000 metres to survive here. We have a look back through the field, looking for the obvious, and he's midway through the field. Queensland, get behind your man as he comes into the home straight. Felix Crossman in the Queensland jersey has got to survive for 3 laps. The crash had nothing to do with him. He was already clear. Now the whole South Australian team comes to the front of the bike race. Cooper Dunlop from Western Australia is there as well. As we go back through the field, we're looking for riders to come forward. They're not coming forward. Luca Zacchiardi up onto the wheel of Dunlop as Crossman goes through into the back straight. The Queenslander is half a lap up. He's half a lap up in the Under-17 Scratch Race Championship of Australia. The Queenslander comes into the home straight. Get behind this man. He can't believe it. He's away. He's already stood on the podium here today for the Queensland Teams Pursuit team. The sprint opens up looking for Schoff it is. Dunlop up on his wheel. It's going to be a Queensland 1-2. Is it Zucchiardi stepping out the outside? Felix Crossman is the national champion. What a ride. Zucchiardi and Stewart looking for the silver and bronze, and they get it. But what a ride from Felix Crossman. That was superb. Absolutely superb. Took the opportunity with 8 laps to go. The crash occurred. It didn't really affect the front end of the bunch. It didn't affect the chase. But Felix Crossman, take a bow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, everyone who's joined us today on the AusCycling YouTube channel, that's the last race of the day. We're going to be getting on with our presentations shortly. Obviously, we'll let the kids catch their breath for 3 or 4 minutes. But the next thing we'll be seeing is the presentation. So if you do leave us, join us tomorrow. We'll be back on, same time, same channel. More racing to come this week. If you're going to stick with us, thank you. We'll be seeing the presentations of the Under-17 girls and Under-17 boys scratch race final very shortly. It's been a great day of racing. I hope you've enjoyed it. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the under-17 girls scratch race. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Victoria, Billy Russell. Presenting the medals and jersey is Commonwealth Games champion Louise Jones. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing New South Wales, Jenna Gallagher. In first place, winner of the gold medal, national champion, representing Queensland, Ava Robbins. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for our national champion and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the under-17 boys scratch race final. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Victoria, Lachlan Stewart. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing New South Wales, Luca Zucchiati. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, Felix Crossman, Queensland. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again show your appreciation for our new national champion and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this presentation and concludes today's racing. If you've joined us on our AusCycling YouTube channel, please tell people we're on. Join us tomorrow. If you're travelling home from the Anna Meares Velodrome, safe travels. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Thank you.